just as a quick refresher, a long, long time ago, in a land on the other side of the map, a certain baron in the Duchy of Vibay, or I'm sorry, a viscount in the Duchy of Vibay, had asked you to go to Ivrevia Empire and cause a ruckus, disrupt them, do something substantial as a retaliation for sending doppelgangers and fucking around in Vibay. Also, the fact that Lushingworth is, 5,000 people, 4,000 of which belong to various intelligence agencies. And so you made your way to Havia, and from there, up to the Bronze Bay, and entering the port city of Tomoe. A cold, but still somewhat warmed by the ocean, town on the eastern edge of Ivrevia. It was a long 80-day journey from Havia. And now, in the middle of summer, you have arrived. And you see a contact you made the last time you were here, at the end of the pier. A figure in a dark cloak, smoking a cigar, easily recognizable as Mustafa. But you guys did have 80 days on that boat, with which you could have discussed things, for instance. Is there anything you wanted to clear up before you get to Tomoe?
Yeah, we do have these blueprints. Wouldn't be a bad idea for the party to actually sit down at a table and go over them together. Of course, it would be beneficial for everybody that can to tune in, so we have as many minds working the problem as possible. I'd love input from everybody, and then also Gilbert is lost in the bathroom again.
So it goes.
And
He has a large bathroom.
oh no, I think he just has like a bathroom that is you got to go down the end of one house, up the flight of stairs, back down to the other end of the house to get to it. It's a long walk. Pete, are you here? Well, I guess we can begin by at least pulling out the blueprint and looking over them. Start getting the ball rolling.
Yeah, you could.
Stein,
Say again?
you have the blueprints in the bag of holding.
Do I? Okay, then I whip them out. Make a big showing of setting them on the table and spreading them open,
Mm-hmm. Well, if I recall, you guys did get like the full blueprints of the Imperial Palace.
Yes, and Mustafa had assassination routes and potential routes drawn out on it as
Here's-
suggestions.
Here's an important question: are these blueprints of the palace or are these blueprints of the grounds? Because we can't just know what's in the palace; we need to know what's around it.
So the palace is situated in the middle of the city of Kaket. So it's basically urban right up to the walls of the palace itself.
Ah, that's important. So I'm gonna go out on a limb here and guess that there's a way to approach via the sewers.
There is.
Okay, so we could use that. Well, there are several ways to get in and out.
Hmm.
So what are we thinking? We all take one way in? Should we split up into some number of groups and approach multiple ways?
I did have an idea for how to deal with Stone Soup's lower stealth.
Lower? What do you mean? My stealth is a +8.
Oh, that's right. Who has the lowest stealth then? I thought somebody had really bad stealth.
Me.
Ah. Well, when the time comes for us to infiltrate, I can cast gaseous form on you and put you in a bottle.
Uh-huh. Okay.
And if we get into trouble, I can just throw the bottle on the ground and have a
Potion of
paladin in a
Ipfan.
bottle. Basically, yeah, potion of Ipfan.
I mean, it makes sense. I'm not really that opposed to it.
Yeah, the only downside is that will be my consulate if we did that route.
It's not the worst way to keep somebody hidden somewhere. We could use one of our bags of holding or portable hole with some amount of air in it,
Well, bottled breath.
or that.
Yeah, just give him a couple of bottled breaths. That way, if we're in the palace a little longer than we thought, and
I would opt for going the portable hole bag of holding route because that doesn't use someone's concentration slot.
yeah, keeping that open is is ideal. Because I have quite the collection of concentration spell scrolls. Like Pass Without Trace, for example.
Yeah, Pass Without Trace seems like it would be better to have. But the question is, what sort of path is our approach going to take?
I didn't know if do you have an actual map for us or no?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I wasn't sure
So-
if you had an actual map.
Let's see if this works.
Here, I'll draw
So
one here.
here's the blueprints of the top, like the actual building itself, including the statue that kind of marks it as the seat of government on the roof.
And that's their anti-aircraft emplacement.
That's kind of look like a giant alien AA turret.
No comment. And among the assassin routes, the one that's marked, the one that you actually would know for sure, is a sewer access. You know that through a tunnel near in the sewers, there's basically like a secret door that leads to a cesspit partway through the a maze of tunnels, and then another secret door that leads to a room beneath the dungeons of the palace.
All right. Gilbert, are you back? No.
All right.
So then, okay, how do they connect the top and the upper picture and the lower picture? Where's the overlap, so to speak?
All right. So you see the in the sewer picture.
Yep.
You see in the top right the elongated room with the pentagram. In the bottom of that is a ladder leading up.
I'm back.
All right.
In the basement of the palace, on the left-hand side, there is a box with an arrow that points down. That is that hatch.
Ah, okay. That arrow is really small on the Discord view. Gotcha. Okay,
Wait,
so
the
we'll come up.
palace has a giant arcane energy cannon.
No, it's a statue on the roof that marks it as the seat of government for Revia.
Right.
It's
Okay.
definitely an AA gun. They've dealt with aliens in the past.
So we're all just going to accept that the statue indicating that it is the seat of government is a Halo plasma cannon.
All right, and then in the palace itself, where are the king's quarters? I would be indicated. I'm assuming it's
So,
top right.
not really. That's the ground floor. In that main
Okay.
entry hall, there's a set of stairs leading up that don't match that roof. That's because you have blueprints of the ground floor, you have blueprints of the roof. You do not have blueprints of the second floor, which is the king's
these are-
apartments.
So either Mustafa doesn't have access to those blueprints, or they just don't exist.
They were strategically lost. Like, you looked for them, so did Mustafa. They just don't exist. Probably for security reasons.
All right. Well, going in blind isn't exactly ideal, so we'll probably want to actually do some scouting then.
Okay, I'm back again. My apologies about that. What's happening?
So we have the ground floor of the palace, the roof of the palace, but we do not have the king's apartments or the emperor's apartments. That part of the blueprint is not currently in our possession, so we will probably end up wanting to do some scouting.
Under where do those two downward staircases? Oh, okay, I see. Never mind. I just had to sort of match it up with the bottom part. So the entrance from the sewer is that long set of single staircases coming up from below?
No.
Oh?
If you look at the very bottom of the image, the far left, that 2x3 rectangle that has a little arrow in it, that's the ladder.
Right.
So that's
and
where we would
then
come up.
That connects.
To the hip bone?
Huh. No, I'm trying
Yeah,
to see where does I see the little set of stairs there, the 1x2.
Those come out in the main hall of the first floor. I see the two flights of stairs oppose each other in the basically the middle almost next above those two long tables.
Above the two long tables. Oh, yes. Okay.
Yeah, so that comes up there, and then we don't know what's above that.
Okay.
But those single stairs. Okay, so where's the grand foyer? They don't really have one, do they?
No, that's
Double doors,
like
front of the
we're-
building, double doors, front of the building. So that's basically the grand foyer, then the whole left of the building.
yeah.
Not exactly grand nor foyery.
Yeah, well,
The
like, we're-
Imperial Palace is kind of built as an architectural style reflecting the dour nature of Evrevia.
Yeah, which is to say, this isn't really a palace at all. This is a fort.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's not a palace because there is no area for entertainment unless that's in the king's apartment. But then you'd still have to go through like defensive fortifications to get to the king's apartment.
Yeah, like the whole area where that would be is that whole left half of the ground floor, but they've devoted that entirely to like a, I don't know what you would call it, but like an interior fortification for fighting
A
off.
kill hallway.
Yeah, a kill hallway.
The Evrevian word for palace is actually just derivative of their word for fort with a fancy hat.
Literally, in this case, with a fancy hat.
Yeah, although this one appears to be or to have been built in the dwarven style.
Yeah, the kill hallway.
Yeah.
Ah, yes, the classic dwarven fortress.
Hmm.
Okay, are there any markings or indications of what room is what on this map, or not really?
Not really.
It's just
gotta
an
guess from the
outline.
layout. Like
Yeah.
you
They're
can tell
blueprints.
There's a barracks.
Is the sewer the bottom image?
The sewer is the second image, yes.
With the,
Alright.
the image that's majority black is the sewer.
Where does that connect onto the image above?
The bottommost layout in the top image.
You see the circle on the
Okay.
far right
Yeah, yes. I
of
see.
the sewer?
And
That's the
where-
ladder that comes up, and that comes up on the very bottom of the first image, all the way to the left. There's that 2x3 room that has a little arrow in it. That's the
Mhm.
ladder.
And then you see those two staircases going to the left.
Mhm.
Those correspond to a matching set of staircases in the sort of main hall on the ground floor, right smack dab in the center. They're
Okay.
against the north wall in there.
So relatively open in terms of just meandering around.
Oh, not even just relatively open. Look, it's right next to the fucking barracks.
Yeah.
Well, the question is, where's the king's apartment?
On the next floor up, which we don't have plans for. So we out of character, this conversation is happening on the ship on our way to Tortuga. I mean, fuck. to Tamway.
Okay, well,
Um,
what's on the second floor that we don't have plans of? Because the next floor up looks to be the roof.
There's an
floor in
interleaving
between.
floor
Oh,
between the two. Like if you look at the number of stairs going up to the roof access, you notice that there's like 2 floors worth of stairs going up to it.
They misalign, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Like you have direct access to the roof from the first floor, and
Right.
from the first floor to the second floor. There doesn't appear to be any direct access to the roof from the second floor.
Okay, do we know how many interleaving floors there are?
Yes, 1.
Just one. Okay, so there's an
King's
entire
apartment,
middle
or the
floor that
Emperor.
we're...
Yeah, there's a middle floor that's missing, and the only note you could find is that it's considered as the Emperor's apartments.
Ah,
Which is
All right.
why we probably are going to want to do some scouting.
I think what we should do is we should handle getting access to the Emperor's throne room over the course of, I want to say, about 12 sessions, which we could convert into a book apiece. Hmm.
Do you mock me, good sir?
Yes.
What do you think
thumb
this
my
is? The
nose at
Wheel
you.
of Time?
Actually, I was referencing the Solar War,
Ah,
the book series after the Horus Heresy. It gets a whole fucking book series just for one fucking star system. But looking at this, I'm almost thinking we might want to come in from above.
Well,
go down.
regardless of which direction we come in from, we still definitely want to do scouting. So we have the option of coming in from above.
Wait, do we
Which
have
is-
Arcane Eye?
I say we nuke
yeah,
the place.
we learned that one.
I say we drop a tactical nuke on the place and just forget about it.
No. All right, those in favor of overruling Dr. Stein, say
Burn
aye.
them all in their homes,
Aye.
in their beds, so that they they know.
I think
who the
I
hell-
think I speak for everyone else when I say aye.
yeah, that seems a little too indiscriminate and not terribly subtle.
Well,
I'm
we're
not
about to
going
find
for-
out if
I'm
Mustafa
not
cares if we're
going for
subtle or
being
not.
subtle. I'm going for results, and a mass extermination would give me better results than 10-point strikes.
Isn't Dr.
That's-
Stein a pacifist?
No, that's Varric.
Oh, that is Varric.
And that's very. Stein is pragmatic.
Oh, great.
That's not pragmatism.
No, Stein is a materialist. He doesn't really care about warfare one way or another. He just wants more stuff.
Okay, well, we're trying to do subterfuge here, and the sub
I
in
think
subterfuge
Stein's
is also
chaotic
the sub in
evil.
subtle. Well, anyway, we're not
Stein
doing
is
that.
a mad scientist. He created battle droids. What do you think his alignment is?
Good point.
Fair point.
Regardless of how you feel about killing, if you really are a pragmatist, you would recognize that this would disrupt things more than we're trying to do.
Yeah, we're going for a strike on the Emperor and the Emperor alone. We want to kill him quietly and quickly. Nuking an entire floor is neither quiet. Well, it is quiet.
The
Well,
more
we could
visible,
use,
the more visible and obvious violence that we engage in replacing the emperor, the less stable
we
his
could
rule is
get
going to
somebody
be.
with the best sneak ability or enhance ability on them, and then cast invisibility on them and have them just sneak in. Make one
Well,
shot.
you also did take the opportunity to learn Arcane Eye. You have the spell of I want to
I do
spy
have
on
it.
people, and yeah, so we can use Arcane
Allegedly, he
Eye.
learned that.
No, he did. I have a star next to it.
Yeah,
I know
have it.
some of
Yeah,
his
it's on my
spells.
sheet. I have it on my spell sheet. Yeah.
When you have to keep track of his spell list.
I don't have to keep track of first, second, and third anymore because he knows them all now.
Because the reason he keeps track of it, because he'll want to do something, and if I don't know the spell, he'll write it down. And next chance we get to learn it, he'll make me learn it.
Pretty much.
So, I will say this. Depending on how we want to go in, I have access to Disintegrate. 3 uses of it.
Okay.
So I can remove a total of 30 feet linearly of obstacle.
And I do know greater invisibility, not just invisibility.
Yeah, greater invisibility plus a combination of Arcane Eye would be really good for scouting. And I think that's basically where I think the consensus we're coming to is yes, we have a practical blueprint. However, with this blueprint we do not have enough information to do any further planning. So I think we can proceed. Everybody agree? Or does somebody have anything they want to add?
I would propose that we slip the eye in over top, and we have the invisible enhanced ability individual going through the sewers.
Well, I can cast enhance ability on myself. So that'd be my concentration slot for the scouting. So greater invisibility, enhance ability on me.
Wait. Greater is only 10 minutes.
Oh yeah, then regular invisibility would be way better.
Hey, quick question, Under. How far can the Arcane Eye see?
I don't know. I have the spell, but I don't know what it.
I'm reading the text, and there's a funny ambiguity in here that I want to resolve.
Let's see. It has normal vision and dark vision out to 30 feet.
No comma.
Ha!
Now, if it worked the way that I'm suggesting, it would not be written that way. I just think it's funny.
Yeah, I think the intent was that it has dark vision for 30, but it is otherwise normal vision. So
Okay, sorry, I had to point that out.
Oh,
Yeah,
that'd be super
yeah.
wait. Are you saying so that you'd be seeing in black and white for within 30 feet and beyond that's color?
no,
it
beyond that's nothing. You only have 30 feet of normal vision.
I
Yeah.
gotcha.
Is what he's
However-
implying.
If that were how it worked, it would not be written that way. It would say it has normal vision and dark vision out to 30 feet, but it's blind beyond 30 feet.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway,
So it can see indefinitely as long as there's light.
yeah.
Yeah, well, you don't. It's just at
It
the
has
range of its
normal
dark vision.
It says it has normal vision. That means
Yeah.
it can see like a normal eye could, and then it
Yep.
has 30 feet of dark vision.
Now, what are the chances of somebody detecting the Arcane Eye?
Anyone with see invisibility and anyone that's able to detect an aura of magic.
Yeah. So anybody running see invisibility or detect magic.
I don't know what kind of security the Emperor has, but it's not out of the question that there might be somebody in there capable of picking that up.
Do you
Well,
think
I
they run
can-
blood games?
I mean, if somebody has see invisibility or
do.
what is that high level spell that lets you see if spells are going off around you, or if they have an anti magic field around it, that would suck too.
Yeah, anti-magic field would just be a wall.
Or just detect magic.
Yeah, anybody running detect magic. So if he has defensive wizards just constantly running detect magic.
This is the place we've been inside before, right?
Nope.
Oh, okay.
We made it to the gatehouse of Kakit.
I
And
made
then
it.
proceed
I
to
made it
blow a
into
lot of
Kakit itself.
Yeah, you made it inside of Kakit and then proceeded to blow stuff up and run away.
I had to silence them before they could raise the alarm.
So then, shall we proceed with our chit-chat with Mustafa?
Okay.
Question.
Go ahead.
How long would this take once, we actually decide to do it?
Hopefully less than a day. If it takes any longer than that to assassinate somebody, we're doing something wrong.
Would you say over an hour?
Why are you asking?
Uh, I was just thinking maybe helping. You guys were talking about sending one guy in, right?
Yep,
Yeah,
one
for
foot
recon.
scout.
Right. I was
The
thinking
most.
warding bond.
What does that one do?
That
+1
results in
HP
you taking half
resistance.
damage and the person you're warded with taking the other half. It'll effectively double the scout's maximum hit points.
Yeah, but the goal is that the scout's not supposed to take damage.
Yeah, the
If
scout's
the
taking
scout's
damage.
taking damage, something's gone wrong.
That's just it, though. With what he's saying, it's a precaution. That way, if you do start taking damage, well, you're more likely to
can
be able to
book
make
it.
it out alive.
Yeah, I can book it
It
a lot.
also has resistance to all damage. That's a plus.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so we're definitely slapping that on you.
Okay, so we're talking about sending one person in there to do the deed,
Yeah. Well, scouting.
to do scouting. Well, they're not going to leave again after that, are they?
I mean, it depends
If we're
on how
just doing
thorough
scouting, we could easily do that via like a familiar or something,
Arcane Eye.
or Arcane Eye.
Yeah, but the problem with Arcane Eye is the ability to go through sealed areas. That's where the Foot Scout is, differentiated because they can open doors where an Arcane Eye cannot.
It would probably also be a good idea if we do move in after the scout.
What spellcasters do we have access to again? In the party?
Let's.
I'm a full caster.
Oh, also
Yeah, what
Death
kind?
Ward.
He's wizard.
Blade. I'm a blade.
Okay. Is that it?
No, I'm also
These-
an artificer.
Okay.
These are the spells I have. Not including the second level cleric stuff that I have, which is not a whole lot, but it's some.
Yeah, I know first level artificer spells and first, second, and third all of wizard spells and some fourth level wizard spells.
I'm suddenly wishing I was a druid again.
Pass without trace.
No, just like fucking send a fly in there. Nobody will notice. Yeah, but they do get pass without trace as well.
Yeah, I have a couple of those scrolls, so.
Yeah, I think Arcane Eye might be your best bet.
Yeah, Arcane Eye until it can't go any further. And then, if needed, send in a Foot Scout to confirm anything needed to be confirmed.
Oh, let me open up Arcane Eye again. Small as 1 inch.
Yep.
Okay, so that means the eye could feasibly fit through a second-story arrow slit. So any room that has like any kind of exposure to the outside should be able to get through. Because if we look at the first floor, there's arrow slits pretty much the whole way around.
Yep.
Now, as for the inside, there are a lot of rooms that aren't. So
Mhm.
they might have doors that have 1 inch of clearance along the bottom, maybe. Otherwise, you have to wait for someone to open them.
How big are those squares?
I'm guessing 5 feet.
Yes, these are 5-foot squares.
Just
I was gonna
interesting
say,
note.
otherwise, some big beds.
Just interesting note. So I assume that big, thick chunk of stone is the beam that the statue is supported on.
That is a reasonable assumption.
We could burn through there.
Big thick chunk of stone where?
The plus sign looking thing,
Ah.
top right.
Yeah. Well, that would
Oh,
be
you're
a little.
saying tunnel through that?
That's
Well,
not
I have
much.
I have disintegrate.
Yeah.
Less tunnel, more hollow out.
Well, it's essentially, yeah. You're using disintegrate to create a tunnel that we can climb. I do have a couple spell scrolls of spider climb.
I have a funny idea.
Hmm?
So if you look in the on the first floor, in what I think is a bathroom of some kind, is that a privy that I'm seeing there?
The
The-
rooms aren't labeled, so you'll just have to guess.
Oh, well, let me be more specific, because there is something in the room that looks like a toilet.
Looks like it has like counters all the way around the edge.
Yeah, it's got like 3 counters
Yeah,
in it,
that-
and then the bottom is that a fireplace, or is that a?
So, more
Or is-
typical of fireplaces would be in the lower left room at the bottom corner at an angle. That's more what a fireplace would tend to look like in a schematic like this.
Okay, that answers my question.
Yeah, like a big drain is what that kind of looks like to me.
I know, but I think it is a fireplace. Yeah, so I guess there's not like a privy shaft that we could send the arcane eye up through, because that was my idea.
Ah, yes, the Emperor's royal jewels.
Hey, having a guy crawl up a privy is like that's a tried and true.
That is a classic siege tactic.
Yep.
Okay, so that's jail cells.
Yeah, so it looks like we're going to be relying on people probably opening doors to get places.
Yeah, once we get to the second floor, especially. Because if the second floor is anything like the first floor, then the entire outer wall is going to be secure.
Yep.
There won't be windows.
No, it's possible we could get under some doors with the arcane eye while they're closed, but not necessarily all of them.
Yeah. So then, yeah, I think we've got a relative idea of what we're going to do.
How close are other buildings to the palace?
There's like a 20-foot gap around the building,
Mm-hmm.
but that's about it.
Yeah, the reason I bring it up is because Arcane Eye has a range of 30 feet with no line of sight requirement, which means you can put the eye behind a wall.
Well, that's true.
So if we really need to get inside on the second floor, if we can find some way to like cast it from within the first floor or potentially even within the basement, I don't know how much height there is between them, then we could use that to get inside certain rooms.
Alrighty. So are you guys done talking? Ready to go meet Mustafa?
I think so. Anybody have anything else they want to add, or we pretty much got that agenda filled?
I mean, I think we should be all good.
All right. So, yeah, as the Glorioso arrives in Tamoy, you guys disembark from the ship. It is early evening, and in the kind of not quite twilight, you can see at the end of the dock a cloaked figure smoking a cigar. He seems to be looking at you guys.
Well, we all know who that is.
Ah, Mustafa, how did you know that we were coming into port today?
Disintegrate.
And disintegrate.
No.
On the ground he's standing on.
He counterspells. No.
Fuck.
Knows magic, not of your king.
No. So you guys are doing what? Like right now you've just disembarked the ship. You're still at the end of the pier.
Well, as we walked towards the, land side of the pier, I would have said, Mustafa, how did you know that we were coming into port today?
He takes a drag on his cigar. Well, welcome back to Evrevia, my friends. I had an agent watching some of the lighthouses along the coast. Your ship was spotted heading this way, and thus I came to see who disembarked. And lo and behold, it was you. And though I loath as though I am to discuss things openly, are you here about the situation we discussed previously?
Yes.
That would be the intent of our visit.
Most excellent. Might I interest you in taking my carriage, joining me, as it were, as we travel to Kaket together? Thus I can insert you into the city without any unpleasantness at the gates.
That sounds convenient.
It's funny because last time there was unpleasantness at the gates.
To put it mildly. As this guy is very fond of doing.
Well, I mean, we did kill him, so to be
did.
fair, I understand where he's coming from.
Oh, I'm sure you do understand where he's coming from, Fremont, but let's not go there. Again.
You're under arrest. Ah. The party took exception to that.
You are under arrest! Wink, wink. Kill them all!
I distinctly remember no winks because I was unconscious in the first round of combat.
Exactly.
Oh, we killed those guys.
He was expecting to be able to get a wink wink in there. Unfortunately, we rolled higher on a niche.
But anyway, yeah, I see no reason. And then give us an opportunity to discuss our friendship and the goings-ons, as one does.
Excellent. It's right over there, and you can see this rather large, nice carriage being driven by a team of 4 horses. You can see a couple of not soldiery types, but well, they kind of remind you of adventurers, kind of just sitting on top of the carriage with a couple of crossbows.
Ah, Do they look like experienced adventurers, or like they're still low level and this is their first quest?
Low level, this is their first quest.
Oh, they're in for a treat.
All right, I go and I TPK them.
Uh,
I just. I could probably TPK them though with a chain lightning.
Probably yes.
All right. Well, then I'll ask Mustafa. Are we intending to set out this evening or in the morning?
As he's walking, he takes another drag of his cigar and taps it on his leg, kind of trailing ash onto the ground. We leave immediately.
Then so be it. After you, good fellow.
And he opens the door to the carriage and steps in. It's rather nice, spacious, enough room for about 10 people inside. You notice a snake kind of coiled up next to an open window, which Mustafa moves to. And kind of pets it on the head as if it's a pet, and you realize the snake has some wings on it. And a small little leather satchel, which he kind of opens and extracts a piece of parchment. The snake then flaps its wings and flies out the window of the carriage.
we've seen these before, though I don't recall where.
Insight check.
Sure. Where are you inciting?
This snake.
Okay. Make an
Seeing
insight
if it
check.
has deep eyes.
Well, yeah, I suppose that's one of the things. You know, is there intelligence in its eyes? How much of that?
That's a
There's some intelligence. It looks more like it's being used as a messenger, though.
Okay. So it's not possessed of a fiendish intellect.
You didn't see anything that would indicate that it's a fiend, no.
Oh, I didn't mean like an actual fiend, just...
evil.
It did not seem to be unusually intelligent.
Okay.
More like a well-trained pet.
I mean, given the very limited amount of expression a snake is capable of making, I'm not sure what it would be able to indicate. Like, if a snake did have human levels of intelligence, but it was still just a snake physically.
It flicks its tongue, menacingly at you.
Yeah, see, I still don't know what that means.
That's what the insight's for. The insight tells you what it means.
The insight is how you derive the fact that it was flicking its tongue menacingly at you. But regardless, the snake has flown off. Mustafa indicates, come on in. He begins unfolding the parchment and looks to be reading it. He then holds it up to the end. Yep. He then holds it up to the end of his cigar as you guys are climbing aboard, lighting it on fire. As it kind of burns away, he kind of shakes his hand to kind of scatter the ash a bit out the window.
So did you develop the smoking habit as a way to cover up the burning messages, or the other way around?
Yes.
So while he was, real quick, while he was flailing that around and burning it and everything like that, did I catch any of it?
Make
I
a
would've been paying
perception
attention.
check.
Yep.
No.
21.
Oh, 21. Oh, sorry. Yeah. You saw that it was a somewhat short message. Labeled, and you actually saw what looked to be like a signature, not a signature, but not a salutation, but a title type thing, like where they signed with that and said a pseudonym. And it was simply signed High Command.
Okay. In the time that we've spent here, a message from High Command to Mustafa would mean or indicate what?
You've never seen him receive such a message before.
Are we familiar with like I mean, but are we familiar with High Command? Like, is that something we have come across or heard of in our time that we've spent in a reverie? Is that name familiar in a way?
No.
Okay.
Ah, I see you've all settled. He kind of looks out the window a bit. Driver, full, to Cacket, please. No stops. And you hear a yah and the snapping of reins and the clumping of hooves on cobblestone. And the carriage begins its journey. Mustafa turns to the Ren and says, as I'm sure you were no doubt curious, that was a letter from my superiors. They let me know about certain important pieces of information that they collect, and especially given our project here. Specifically, it would appear that the Emperor has arrived at the palace about 2 days ago and plans on staying there for the next 2 months. He is not one to leave his rooms readily, so he is most likely going to be at the palace in Cacket for the foreseeable future.
So, any word about those adventures that you were chasing out east? Or did they manage to slip your network?
They disappeared without a trace.
How unfortunate.
These things happen. Not every operation is worth putting the resources into to ensure its success despite all difficulty. Part of the job is learning when to cut bait, as it were.
Indeed, indeed. And what of Renan's Folly?
Oh, they found the dungeon, I suppose, would be the best way to describe it, underneath it. We sent a team in. They disappeared. We sent another team in. They also disappeared. At the moment, we're contemplating just a full-on permanent burial of the thing.
Yes, you should do that.
I would also agree with that. Considering what we've seen in there.
And what was it that you saw in there?
Giant planar spider.
Multiple different creatures of non. Does your world have a term for Terran? Like non-Terran origin?
What you're
Aliens?
thinking of are outsiders,
Okay, yeah. So
not
yeah,
of this plane.
Yeah, multiple outsiders in terms of creatures and beings that you would not really want unleashed on Arevria. I mean, after all, I did die there.
Quite. Well, that is something to consider in the least. Still, we have, I think, a couple more groups of adventurers that had volunteered to venture into the place to explore it. No sense in not letting them in. After all, their retainers have already been paid.
Well, in the interest of shared information, Friedman will shuffle in his bag and grab one of his books out, pull it out, and pull out the map that he had drawn of the entirety of the dungeon that we explored. On our journey, I'll make a copy of this for you.
Oh, that would be most appreciated. It
Yeah,
is a
give you
3
the-
days journey to Kakut.
Yeah, I should be able to do that with my cartography skills in a couple of hours. And then the other thing Friedman's going to bring up is, do you by chance have my ring?
He reaches into the pocket, and pulls out a ring.
Is he handing it to me?
Yeah, he's like holding it out.
Okay. Yep. I'll take it.
Yep.
And obviously, I'm going to inspect it and double check to make sure it's Friedman's ring.
Make an investigation check.
Would I have advantage for knowing this ring very thoroughly?
Sure.
$16.
It appears to be your ring. You know, like there's a couple like wear marks and dents and scratches that, you know, over the years it has accumulated, and they're right where you would expect them to be.
All right. Well, that settles the doppelganger question.
Does it?
No, not really, but it's the best I could do at the time. It was more so that he could learn about me, because you guys don't even know what this ring means. But with his access to information, he would be probably able to find the crest in my home cities and things like that, of that nature. Which Friedman is, you guys, in the time you've spent with Friedman, has never given this ring. You didn't even know he had it.
Okay.
And Freeman will, take it after looking at it a little bit and say, yes, thank you. And he'll tuck it back into a pocket on the inside of his cloak that's concealed.
Of course, we can't be too careful after all.
Indeed.
False. Over compartmentalization is the bane of secrets that you need to keep remembered.
As night begins to fall, you notice that the horses have just been walking along this road and don't seem to be in any hurry to stop.
Are they undead?
Oh, you have a good eye. Yes, they are.
Efficient.
Andy.
A trade we made with Arkazar a long time ago was for some undead steeds for important and rapid missions, such as this one.
Did you get a good deal on them?
Oh, yes. Yes, we did. You see, they had to deliver their side first in this particular arrangement. And then immediately after this arrived, for some odd reason, Arkazar descended into civil disorder and eventually collapsed on that side of the continent. And thus we had no reason to send out our side of the arrangement.
What was
Funny how that
your
occurs.
side? What was your side of the arrangement?
They wanted siege engines. Iron-banded trebuchets. 3 dozen of them. Perhaps they were thinking of getting serious with Vibey or Macovaria, but wasn't our business. Our business was that of selling them the siege engines. Arkazar has a lack of trees, you understand.
With personal experience, it is quite barren.
It's depressing.
Kindred souls, I prefer to think of it.
They have trees here, don't they, Under?
Yes, they do.
Susan's gonna look out the window. Ah, yes, the... No. No, it might be cold up here, but it's far more pleasant.
It is home. Regardless, it is late, and I am going to go to sleep. We can talk more in the morning. And he's kind of leans back, kind of pulls his hood a little bit over his eyes. Question is, how are you guys going to go to sleep?
I would assume in the same manner, but with a watch set.
Ah! But remember, Ruffles.
Yep.
Beta testing the new rules. I shall
So
take third watch.
I should take one because I am very good at that save.
yeah, I was gonna
I
say,
will not take one. I will sleep.
do you have a good con mod? Or do you have a good con save, I should say?
My con save is +7, so
Yeah, then you probably should take a watch. You have a high con save.
all right, fine. And if I stay close to the paladin, I'll get a plus on it anyway. So yeah.
I mean, if you guys want to, I'll just sleep then.
You won't get a plus because I will be asleep.
But the con save is made in the morning when we're awake.
Ah,
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, I'll take a third watch.
Yeah, so just chat order, skip it fun.
Yeah,
All right.
that's good.
Is that? Do you want me to type that under? Is that good?
No,
enough?
I got it. Well, throughout the bumps and the rattling of the carriage, the movement continues uninterrupted all night, as do your various watches. Morning comes, you have all completed a long rest, and I believe 4 of you need to make a Constitution saving throw, a DC of 8.
Am I under the effect of a paladin aura?
You should all be under the effect of Ipfon's aura.
Actually, it doesn't matter. I physically can't
And then I
fail this.
can't fail it.
Yeah,
If this
I can't
works,
fail it either.
I
I have a
can't fail it.
+7.
What's the DC?
8.
8. So with the aura, if it's over
Yep.
7, you're gonna
3
pass.
plus 5.
Yeah, I have a +12, so I couldn't fail it if I tried.
Yeah, I have a +7, so I also couldn't fail it. So none of us can fail it.
Right, because you're all experienced adventurers and therefore are used to taking watches like this.
I mean, I actually, without the paladin aura, would have struggled with that because I only have a +2. Having the paladin is handy. Wait till we get our monk. I think he's got like a +8 or +9 to his con. I messaged him, but he didn't respond, so he's probably taking the night off. All right. Well, we awake,
Mm-hmm.
well rested.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be back momentarily.
Yeah. And Mustafa, as he just looks up inside his cloak and says, "Oh, good morning to you all." He looks
Yes.
to pull what looks to be like a large grape or berry out of his cloak and just kind of pops it into his mouth.
Yep, we all eat our rations.
And much like the first day, the next 2 days pass rather uneventfully until close to the end of the third day, as the road turns from dirt to cobblestone, and you see city walls starting to get closer and closer.
one thing I would have asked Mustafa at some point in the journey was, what kind of men do you have inside access to the palace?
None. Those that guard the Emperor are fanatic loyals to the crown. It is a hereditary position, and they are trained from birth to give their lives to defend him,
Okay.
which is both good and bad. The good part for you is that they have no real contacts outside the palace. And so if one or two of them were to die, it would not be a huge loss. You don't have to worry about, the city watch, howling for blood. From their deaths, at least.
Mm-hmm.
The
So any
bad
deaths
part
inside
is
the
that they're
palace-
basically impossible to subvert.
Yeah. So any deaths that result inside the palace would still be considered a bloodless coup.
Well, no, they do have blood. It's rather that once you get outside the palace, you don't have to worry about the city watch cooperating over much to try and bring you in. That much I can at least assure you.
Well, what I meant by bloodless coup is it won't result in civil war.
No, it will most certainly not. But as I said, it basically means these people grow up, live, and die within the palace and the kind of training complex next door. But that's unless you have a thing where you want to murder all the children of the Imperial Guards, you don't really need to worry about them.
Yes, but if all goes well, they'll be loyal to the new emperor, as their oath dictates.
Indeed, as I said, they are fanatically loyal to the crown. So they will hunt you down and kill you without hesitation or reservations on their part. But no, they will not rise up against the new emperor just because you killed the old one.
And next question for that line of conversation would be, how is the boy doing?
As well as can be expected. The assassination attempts have gotten more frequent, though we are able to prevent them from getting too far. High Command has been focusing most of their energies on ensuring that the boy survives. Once he takes the crown, he will be much better protected.
This high command, is majority of their alliance against the Empire with you? Or are some of them still loyalist?
We are all loyalists in the sense that we wish the best for Evrevia. Make no bones about it, we don't seek a civil war or to impose a new radical agenda, such as democracy. Perish the thought. But the current current emperor is more of a tyrant, one who is harming Evrevia and therefore must be replaced. To that end, I have full confidence in High Command. As exceptionally clever as they are.
So they're with you on this agenda.
It is their orders that I am following.
I see.
And a few hours later, you guys get through the gatehouse. Your carriage is not even stopped. They just wave you through, as if they recognize the carriage.
Well, that's a good sign.
kind of going through the narrow streets, you notice most of the citizenry also giving the carriage a wide berth, going so almost to the point where, after a while, the street seems almost deserted.
It appears word spreads fast when you're in town, sir.
These horses and this carriage carry a certain connotation with the locals. One that very strongly encourages them to mind their own business and never mind that what is happening here. A few deaths, a few disappearances, such a reputation is very useful. For instance, here we are, as the carriage comes to a stop. It looks like you've stopped in front of an inn. You can see a small plaque above the door labeled The Quiet Haunt. I would recommend getting some rooms here. The place is safe. You should not be accosted. And given the presence of the carriage, no one will even see you go in, and therefore know that you're there. I'm afraid that I have been summoned to the palace in my official capacity, and so I must continue without you.
Well,
Have a pleasant day.
if you can get a bit of that second floor for us, we'd greatly appreciate it. We'll be doing some scouting of our own, and probably send a heads up before we finalize our arrangements.
There is no need. What I don't know, I cannot accidentally reveal to our enemies. I know you are in town. I don't need to know when or how you will strike.
Very well. Suppose word will spread fast, regardless of how we go about it.
Indeed. In fact, I will take pains to ensure that we are not seen together while you are in town.
Excellent.
And so I wish you all a good evening.
Indeed.
Yeah. And you guys all file out of the carriage?
Yep.
All right. Yeah, as soon as the last of you steps onto the cobblestones of the carriage, the door closes. There's a snap of the reins. The carriage begins winding its way up the road. As it does, you see another flying snake fly to a window of the carriage and go inside, before turning around a corner and disappearing from sight. It's a nice, mild night. Not many clouds hiding the full moon. Somewhat warm. Not terribly warm. You are in the northern latitudes, but it is the middle of summer.
All right. Well, I think we'll get some rooms, and then also we are in guys, correct? We spent some time on the boat doing that.
That is what you said, yes.
Yeah. So we're in guys. We look like Erebrians. We don't stand out as out of town adventurers. The speech I can't really do anything about, but in terms of their disguise and their gait, we've had plenty of time to get all of that taken care of. Fortunately, Erebrians don't talk much. So yeah, we'll go in the inn, and book some rooms.
All right, yeah, you go in the inn. It's a somewhat dark and dingy place. You can see a short kobold behind a normal height bar, cleaning a glass. And kind of cleaning up what looks to be like overturned tables and spilled drink. Like there must have been like a bar fight recently, and the place has been cleared out. You can see what looks to be 3 Zvarts in bondage. That is, they have chains, fetters, and gags fitted to them, and kind of working under the watchful eye of this kobold behind the bar. They're very obviously slaves.
What kind of
Alright,
party
no
did
kink
we
shaming.
walk into?
I was gonna say no king shaming, guys.
Cobalt Ozone says, customers. Well, if you're looking for a fight, I'm afraid you missed tonight's entertainment.
Nah, just some rooms.
Rooms we have, seeing as their previous occupants were arrested. Name's Tolan.
Poland the Kobold.
Indeed. And you do notice as he's kind of moving around behind the bar, like an odd sound to his footfalls.
A bit clanky.
No, more like wood slapping on wood.
Ah, he's on stilts.
This is Kobold with a peg leg. Oh, please, God, have a Kobold with a peg leg.
Is he a bit taller than a normal kobold?
He is a kobold behind a normal height bar, but still standing like there so he can see over the bar and like cleaning glasses and such.
He's standing at the height of a normal person and not a kobold.
Right.
Yeah, he's on stilts.
That's hilarious. Stilts are like those really tall, like wooden platform shoes people used to wear. Not clogs, but like the sandals where they've got like the two things that come down.
Oh, yeah, it's a... Shit, what was it called?
I think there's
Stilts.
different names. No, not stilts. I'm talking about something else.
It's common in Japan and I think Korea.
Yeah. Here, hold on a second.
I mean, if he was friends with a gnomish tinker, he could really have some bounce to his step. You guys remember these ankle destroying fuckers, right?
No, I'm talking about these.
Ah, yeah, I know what you're talking about. You like tiptoe on them.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, we'll just get whatever rooms they have available.
Yeah, he has some rooms. And as you guys kind of pass next to the bar to go to the rooms, you do see that he doesn't have a peg leg, though it is close. And you can see definite hallmarks of gnomish engineering on them.
Ah, so they have the tilt adjustment. Of course, Friedman being a dwarf, how you get a pair of them? I'm kind of like surprised, but not
What are
too
those?
intrusive. Yeah, surprised but not intrusive is the mannerism that Friedman would exclaim about those stilts, being a dwarf.
Well, if you save a gnomish artificer's life a couple of times, and then decide to retire from the adventuring life, you can call on him for a favor every now and then.
Ah, I do know a gnomish artificer. Though I haven't talked to him in years. Well, anyway, thank you for the rooms. We'll be on our way.
Now, don't let the bed bugs bite you. The rooms are not the greatest. They're functional. They're dry. They're clean. Okay, but you can tell that the floor's got an odd stain or two on it. The beds are just straw. Serviceable, but this is definitely not a pricey establishment. But it is quiet.
And how can we make a rough guess of how far from the palace we are here?
Yeah. Yeah, you would have seen, because you kind of came down the main thoroughfare. The palace is about 2 miles east of you.
Okay. Perfect. Not right next door. That would not be ideal. You said it's evening, right?
Yes.
Yeah, we'll just go down for a rest.
Okay.
I think we'll set a watch for the first night and then see what happens tomorrow. So then same as before for watch, so we don't have to worry about the con save.
Indeed. And then about halfway through the evening, I will need all of you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Are we in the Paladin Order?
No. You have split. You said you went to your rooms.
Oh, okay. So this is not like a long cumulative effect.
Is Lucina here? Or
I had to
Stein?
step away for a minute. What's up?
Wisdom save.
Hmm.
Middle of the night.
Is this
Everyone?
against charm?
No.
All right. Is this against sleep?
No. You're already asleep.
Is this for everyone?
Yes. You also need to make a wisdom save.
Are we in the aura?
No.
Also, the aura only works while he's awake.
Indeed. Okay. The night passes uneventfully. Morning comes.
You're not probing my mind probe.
I was gonna say if it's against
Probably
mind
got me,
probing.
though. He probably got me, and Stein knows damn near everything.
Well, if it was against me, I wouldn't even need to roll. If it was trying to read my thoughts of any kind. The Ring of Mind Shielding.
Yes. But the morning has come, so what do you guys do now?
Well, I think we begin scouting.
So what's the plan here? Are we going to do it from outside the building? Are we going to go into the sewer? And when I say we, I mean, it's going to be you, right?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, so what's the plan?
Well, I think we'll start with the Arcane Eye. See how far we can get with that. Just from outside the building.
Okay.
And depending on how well the Arcane Eye goes, then we'll switch over to foot scouting. And I'll probably go in from the sewers for that.
Right. Well, you might be able to get more of the inside of the second floor from the bottom floor? Yeah. I don't know.
Well, our two entrances right now would be the sewer, which is going through the basement, through the first floor, up to the second floor, or getting up to the roof but we would need a third concentration slot for fly then. Because I'm going to be concentrating on Pass Without Trace. I'm assuming Stein is concentrating on his invisibility. Lucini, you can cast Fly?
Yes, I can cast Fly. It has a duration of 10 minutes.
Okay, so I can at least get to the roof. Getting back down might be problematic. Although... Oh no. Because I wouldn't be able to cast a spell once I'm invisible. I wouldn't be able to cast Fly back on myself to get back down.
I mean, I can't do much about that.
Yeah, no. It's the 10-minute duration. That's the problem.
So we're not going in?
No, just him.
Yeah, well.
Well, you're going to go in with Arcane Eye first.
Requires concentration, so yeah.
Yep. And as much as you can scout with Arcane Eye. And then... depending on what you scout with Arcane Eye, so we have to start with that regardless before we can make any more decisions. Then we'll go from there for determining whether we need more information or not. So no matter what we want to do, we're starting with Arcane Eye.
All right, then I'm going to start. I'm going to cast Arcane Eye. Good for an hour, so.
What's the max range on that?
It says, unlimited range, but I have to move it 30 feet per round, per turn. There is no limit to how far away the eye can move, but you can't see another plane of existence.
Yeah, so it still would probably be more ideal to get closer to the palace first, because the inn we're staying in is 2 miles away from the
solid
palace.
barrier blocks the eye's movement, but the eye can pass through an opening small as 1 inch in diameter.
All right. But yeah, we're currently 2 miles away from the inn, or the palace at the inn that we're staying at. So we probably want to get closer before you pop that.
Yeah. It's only good for an hour.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, let's go for a little dandy walk.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, you start walking. The city is bustling. Nothing really strikes you as out of the ordinary going on. People. You can see traders and guards. You can see farmers trying to buy and sell goods. An occasional person kind of not that doesn't look like a guard, but might be like an adventurer. All that you would expect from a city, except it's a bit quieter. People seem to keep to themselves. They're kind of hunched over a bit almost. The colors are also a little less colorful than you would expect from a city this size. Most cities like to show off their wealth through color and murals and the like that you can see from the public way. And here it's mostly plaster, gray stone, plaster. People tend to wear dark, earthy colors.
Ah, so the Hollywood interpretation of medieval times.
Yes.
Wait, everything's smeared in shit and mud? They don't use any colors?
No. More like a Hollywood, like Romeo and Juliet take on medieval times.
Oh, okay.
Well, yeah, so as we're getting closer to the palace, let's start looking for an ideal spot for Stein to be able to cast spells without drawing attention.
All right, well, make an investigation check then. You start looking around for a good spot.
Well, I can make several recommendations to Stein, and he can look around and decide for himself.
Okay.
Still need that investigation check.
Oh. There you go.
So you're looking around, and you realize that there is this one building. It looks like it might have been like a bar, about 100 feet from the palace gates, that had a fire and looks to have been pretty heavily damaged. The first floor is all boarded up. You can see kind of soot coming out the second and third floors windows where it's been marked, but it's clearly currently not occupied.
All right. Does there look like there's an easy way in?
All
Without
the
drawing
first
attention?
floor windows and doors are boarded up, but the second floor, the windows look to be completely open. There's also an alley along the side.
Yeah, we'll go down that alley and see if there is a second floor window that we might be able to get into easily.
Well, I mean, all the second floor windows look to be open. Soot marks along the walls above them. I guess the real question is, how are you getting up to the second floor?
Is this alley relatively secluded?
Relatively, yes.
Then just toss the grappling hook up and we'll scurry on up the rope.
Okay, you toss the grappling hook up. There's a clunk, and it fixes pretty easily. You guys are all shimmying up there.
Yeah.
Who's going first?
I will.
All right. Yeah, you shimmy up to that window. You look inside. You can see, might have been an office or something. It's just a 10 by 10 room, wooden floors, walls. It looks a bit old. The door is ajar, but mostly closed. And as you get in there, though, your passive perception's like over 20, right?
26 or 27 on this guy.
Yeah. You do notice that despite the markings on the walls outside, this room is clean. Like, there's no soot on the floor. No dust gets kicked up when you come in.
Oh, interesting. Well, in that case, then I will kind of lean out the window and look down to the party and give a gesture of silence. And I'll double check to make sure we are alone in here.
Okay. How do you plan to do that?
Oh, by quietly opening the door.
Okay. Well, make a stealth check.
$26.
All right. So you begin quietly easing the door open, which opens away from you, by the way. It opens outward from the room.
Yeah, I'd open it enough to be able to start seeing the room. I wouldn't just swing it open.
And with your passive perception, you notice a flurry of movement above you, and you're able to easily kind of just stand up and take a step back as a gnome hat just kind of flops onto the ground.
Like
you've seen that trick people have done with like buckets of water above a slightly open door. Somebody did that with a gnome hat.
All right. Is the room unoccupied otherwise?
Yeah, Yeah, it looks. This room, you notice there are some 2-inch diameter holes at one end of the floor, like they were pipes that were cut off.
Okay. Well, if the second floor appears to be clean and clear, then I'll signal for the rest of the party to move in.
Yeah. But yeah, as you go through the rest of the second floor, all of the rooms are empty, no furniture of any kind. All the doors are unlocked, and everything is clean.
So no evidence of fire whatsoever.
Well, there is some structural damage that looks like it might have been a fire, but there's no soot or anything left. Like someone came through and cleaned up the results of a fire. When you get to the stairs, there's a set of stairs going up and a set of stairs going down. Those are both dirty and dusty.
Interesting. So they cleaned the rooms, but not the stairs. That's peculiar. All right. Well, yeah, get the rest of the party in, pull the rope up so there's no obvious... There's adventures inside this burnt building. From the outside.
Uh-huh.
Are there lots of footsteps on those stairs I was looking at?
No, it looked undisturbed.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm back again. Doggo been having some problems.
Yep, we've secured somewhere to be able to do arcane eye casting near the palace.
All right.
Then I think if do I mean do I hear or hear any noise above or below us?
No,
Sounds
you
of
do
people
not.
moving around. Okay. So then yeah, we're most likely secure and somebody was bored and put a gnome hat on the door. All right. Then I think let the spellcasting begin.
All right, let's see what he can see in there.
All right, is that what Stein's going to do?
Sure.
All right, well, you cast Arcane Eye. It appears in the space before you. What do you do with it?
Send it forward towards the place to spy.
Okay. Are you approaching low down, close to the street level, or are you trying to go up high?
I mean, it's only an inch wide, so it looks like a bug from distance. So I'm kind of weave it, not straight, but kind of serpentine it.
Okay.
Well, isn't arcane eye invisible itself?
Yes.
Oh, well, then I'm going straight to the house then. Try to find an opening into the up high so I can get in. Yeah.
Okay. So, yeah, you start approaching the outer walls of the palace. You can see that on the roof are several guards, 6 people total on the roof of the palace, 4 of which each kind of posted in like a corner look to be in like this bright silvery chainmail. One kind of walking back and kind of walking like along the perimeter in what looks to be very like almost a mirror finish plate mail. And towards the center, almost kind of just meandering about, is a figure in a yellow robe.
Ah, that must be the king.
Okay, I'm gonna perch up high and try to get in. See what he's doing.
Okay. Let's get closer and closer. I need to check something. The figure in the yellow robe, very clearly, like when you're maybe like 60 feet away, as you approach this roof, looks right at your arcane eye and starts casting a spell.
I know this would happen.
And then your arcane eye disappears.
Well, so much for that. And the element of surprise.
Well, they know we're coming because they saw it. So
I mean, they probably have a dozen arcane eyes come in a month.
good point.
Yeah, from the motion of his hands, it looks like he was casting Dispel Magic.
Ah, okay.
Well, he certainly wasn't casting Counterspell.
He might have been.
No, he definitely wasn't casting Dispel Magic.
No, that's what he was casting.
I mean, Counterspell.
That was probably Dispel Magic. Actually, it would have to be Dispel Magic.
Yeah, that's my point. It couldn't have been Counterspell.
Oh, yeah, no, it couldn't have been.
And Counterspell wouldn't work on an active spell.
Yeah, that's what we're saying.
Exactly. All right, now that we've confirmed that things are in fact how we thought things were,
Well, I'm guessing you only had the one spell slot, eh? Or do you have multiple 4th level spell slots?
No, I have multiple fourth.
Then maybe a different approach?
All right, I'll. Which way do you go in this time?
Well, I think if I go down to the sewers and let the eye in that way.
All right, I'll go with. All right, I can go down that way with you, so that way it's closer. I don't have to go as far when I cast it.
Yeah, I think we'll reposition to the sewers.
Okay. Well, in that map, they did indicate that the closest like sewer access, as you kind of consult your maps, you realize it's right at the end of this alley.
How unironically convenient.
Ooh.
Well, let's tie a rope off, slide back down, go to the end of the alley, crawl into the sewer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's not like you're crawling in like a manhole. It's like it's built into the side, like the back corner of one of the buildings, and it's just this metal like a portcullis that like swings open like a garden gate.
Ah, it's a little culvert.
Yeah, and it's
built
just
in.
locked, and you can see like a set of spiraling stairs going down inside.
Well, I unlock it.
Okay. Yeah, you easily unlock it. It is a cheap, crappy lock meant to keep honest people out. And you
All
descend.
locks are meant to keep honest people out.
What I mean, though, is it was a DC 5 lock.
Ooh. You failed the check, but the lock actually broke before your pick did.
Yeah, you accidentally just bust like the entire cylinder apart, failing to pick it, and the whole lock just falls apart and you can open the door.
I can pick that lock by just grabbing it and squeezing.
But anyway, yeah, we will descend and move down the indicated route that we know will get
Yeah.
us.
So it takes you into like the city sewers. And from your map, there's a secret door that leads to kind of a rough stone passage to another secret door that then opens up to what your map labels as the tertiary, like, palace sewer maintenance viaduct, which is a 15 by 15 room with a bunch of rusted tools all over the place.
You know, something that will never cease to amuse me is the Underdark naming system for medieval stuff. Very modern names for like the only major sewer pipe in the city.
Obviously. All right. Well, we'll go through the secret door, and probably want to check out that. I'm assuming there is a my brain's spacing on the pentagram.
No, there's an archway leading to the west. Like in the map of the sewers, you're in that 15 by 15 room at the bottom.
Oh, I see. So we have to go down and around a little bit. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so you're just
Well,
going through the
then,
archway to the west.
Yep. I will.
Do you have any light sources with you? Because it's black
nope.
down here.
Who needs light? I think Ipfon is. I know Stone Soup does, but she's used to being led around. I don't know about Stein though, or Ipfon. Ipfon, can you see in the dark?
Huh?
Stein, do you have dark vision?
Yes.
Okay.
I believe I do, yeah. Yeah, I got 60 feet of dark vision.
Okay. Then yeah, I don't think we need a light source because we can lead everybody. I will.
As you wish.
I will, before we go in, when we're standing in the 15 by 15 room, I will pass or cast pass without trace.
Okay.
Just to lower our chance of being detected. At least getting close enough to pop the arcane eye and.
Sure. So yeah, you guys are standing in this 15 by 15 room. An archway leads to the west. You can see it clearly goes to a 5-foot wide kind of sewer tunnel. Looks to go like 60 feet or so before getting to a rather broken looking area and heading to the north.
All right.
All right. Yeah, I'll take point and start heading down to get closer to our access point.
Okay, are you going alone?
I'm just taking point. I'm going ahead.
How far? Like, what's the separation between
20.
you and the rest of the party?
20 feet.
Okay. Yeah, so you're 20 feet ahead, the party kind of following behind you. The tunnels are 5 feet wide, but only about 6 feet tall. It's like they're uncomfortably short. And you get to the corner, where it looks like the sewer is just poorly maintained and part of the brick has collapsed. But the tunnel is still open and viable as it turns to the north. You follow that. The smell of not so much like you don't really smell like sewer smells all that much. There's a little bit of that, but as you get to the next corner, about 120 feet to the north, again part of it's collapsed, there's really just this strong wafting odor that you would recognize from your times in various dungeons as acid.
Throw a rock ahead.
Yeah, let's take out a ball
A
bearing.
glowing rock.
Okay, yeah, you can take out a ball bearing.
And yeah, I'll cast light on it and toss it ahead.
Okay. You cast light on it, tossing it ahead 10, 20, 30 feet. There's that four-way intersection. An archway continues to the east. Your ball bearing just kind of bounces along. As it rolls, you can see farther down there's a T intersection before it comes to a stop. Like, it just rolls to a natural stop, some like 150 feet ahead of you.
Okay. Well, I'll wait a little bit and watch it, see if anything happens to it. And if nothing does, then I'll drop concentration and start heading for... I think we need to go... That first T intersection is go south based on the map, right?
Is that what you do?
Does anything happen? Watching the ball bearing?
No, nothing happens to the ball bearing.
Okay. Yep, then I'll just dispel it and start moving towards the T intersection.
Okay. Well, you first come to that cross intersection.
Mhm.
And you realize where exactly that smell of acid is coming from. As there is a massive pool of bubbling acid to the north.
Ah,
Does this seem where everything naturally flows?
Yes.
makes sense. One way of disposing of waste.
It's also conveniently close to the palace in case you need to dispose of something from there.
Yeah, and there's a ladder hatch and all that. What's the Fishman statue sitting out in the middle there?
It looks like it was at one point some art. The acid fumes have long since defaced it beyond any recognizable discernment of what it might have been.
Oh, okay, so it's it's the remains of a marble statue, so to speak.
Something obviously tougher than marble. Marble would have long since disappeared. But whatever this is, like over, however long it's been sitting there, like the surface of it has taken like this like waxy sheen to it, as if the fumes have etched it over time.
Ah. All right. Well, that answers the acid question. So then I'll turn south at the T intersection.
Okay.
And I'll slow a bit as I come up on those double doors because I don't know if there's any openings or anything in them.
They appear to be tightly shut.
Okay.
And you can actually see what looks like somebody has written on them in red paint.
Do not enter.
No, it says morgue.
Well, I would not like to meet Morg. All right. Yep. Let's start heading towards the table.
Okay. So as you kind of get to that corner and start looking around, you can realize that between you and the table, there are in fact two alcoves to the north and south behind what appear to be like iron bars. And you can see that there are what appear to be statues of guards made out, like one to the north, one to the south, made of glass in them.
All right. Well, I'm going to stop as soon as I see them.
Mhm.
And take a closer look at them and see what rings out about them in terms of arcana. Do they appear to be magical, as if something crossing in front of them would trigger?
Do you have anything that would actually detect magic, or are you just looking to see if you see anything that's obviously magical?
Detect magic. I can't cast detect magic. It'd burn my con slot. All right, then I'll fall back to party and get Stein and say, "Hey, there's some shit up ahead. I don't know if it's magical or not. You should probably come with."
All right, I'll go with.
Well, I'd recommend casting detect magic out here.
Okay.
All right, so you cast detect magic and then you approach, and you notice that there are 3 sources of magic. The double doors to the west, the ones labeled morgue, are emanating abjuration magic, while both sets of bars to the north and south to those glass statues, uh, there's like a aura of illusion magic around them. Do you guys hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay. You heard my description of the detect magic results?
I missed that. Say
I
it again.
did, in fact, hear you.
There are 3 sources of magic, mister. The doors to the west, labeled morgue, are emanating abjuration magic, while the 2 sets of bars that prevent you from walking up to the statues to the north or south are emanating illusion magic.
I see.
So, what do you guys do?
So, which way do we want to check? Do we want to check the morgue, the pillars, or what? Eh?
Mister, do you know where we're trying to go right now?
Into the house. And get to the house so we can spy, right?
Yes. And we've thoroughly gone over these plans as a party so everybody would know what we're doing and the destination we're trying to reach.
All right, then.
So the glass statues themselves don't appear magical, just the bars in front of them are appearing illusory, as Stein shares with me.
I mean, from what he could tell, there's an aura of illusion magic, and that's all you could tell, yeah.
Okay. I pull out my spyglass and take a look at the statues to see if I can see how. You said they're like glass, like they're all completely clear.
Yes. Like think like of like a crystal sculpture.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I'd like
I'm
to.
back.
Welcome back. Take a look at the detailed and see if they're a form of petrification or if they're carved.
Sure.
With the spyglass, using
Sure.
it to
Make a perception check.
Yeah, so I don't think it's so close, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
21.
All right. The glass statue does appear to be exquisitely carved, almost lifelike so. As in, you don't see tool marks. It's almost as if this was extraordinarily detailed.
Okay.
And the way the light is refracting through it, it is definitely a solid piece. It's not hollow or anything like that. It doesn't look like there's separate joints to it.
What light? Is there light coming from the room that we're trying to get to?
I forgot you don't have a light source. My mistake. Ignore that.
Yep, nope. Yeah, just
As
looking
a
at
light
several
source, we
shades of
brought it
black
up.
and white. All right. Well, even still looking at black and white, you'd still be able to see refractions that appear of glass and all of that. Just not the reflective nature. All right, Gilbert. So we've got bars in front of statues that are pinging illusion magic, as Stein discovered, and then behind those, so north and south, those alcoves, the stars, those are glass statues that appear incredibly lifelike. I'm determining whether it's safe to cross or not, and I've had no help. 0 input.
Okay. Is anybody else here alive?
I'm here, but I'm not there,
I'm not
so
there.
I can't help you.
I am
Stein, you are here.
I know
You're
I'm
the
here.
one that cast detect magic.
I know. And I keep waiting which one we're going to.
But you're capable of providing information and helping with decision making. Stein is the most intelligent character in our party.
That is very true. Okay, fine.
Are we sure about that?
I don't know. I think Stone Soup's taking the cake now.
All right.
Ah,
All
well.
right.
I mean, you're biased, but thank you.
Look, all Stone Soup did wherever she went was talk a lot of common sense.
Hmm.
But yeah, there appears to be no trigger of any kind. It's just an odd place for these statues to be. That's why I'm pausing and hesitating. The statues themselves aren't magical, but the bars in front of them are pinging illusory magic. So whether there's illusory magic around the bars,
Or the bars are illusions, yeah.
yeah. Which if the bars are illusions, that does make sense. Because somebody coming down here, oh, I'm safe to cross. The the bars are going to stop them from getting to me, and then they walk through the bars.
Right.
But no, on that map, Stein, we're trying to get to that ladder in the bottom right. That's where we want to get. The room with the pentagram. We are currently, you and I, standing in front of those double doors on the left edge of the map. Looking at these statues, and then the rest of the party, I would assume, is just up the hall, but around the corner, so that they're still within the Pass Without Trace that I'm casting.
So maybe we should just investigate around those illusionary things, like a Arcana check, to see if we can figure out Well, we know what it is because it's illusionary magic, but maybe
Yeah.
we could do an arcana and figure it out. Like an educated guess.
Yeah, so could Stein feed me information to, determine between his, spell knowledge and my, divine arcana knowledge? Because that's the only reason I have any arcana skill is because I suddenly believed in God after years of being an atheist.
I'm not sure what you're trying to get at there.
Could I make an arcana check to determine what the illusory bars are succeeding at doing? No? Okay.
Make an
You would
investigation
know.
roll.
You would know that really there's basically 3 ways to deal with illusions. If it's an illusion you can just see through by knowing there's an illusion there, you'd already have seen through it. Some illusions do say that, like, if you make an investigation check, you can see through an illusion. Others, you have to physically interact with to reveal them to be translucent and illusory. Generally speaking, if there's a specific type of illusion going on, Identify would also be able to tell you something, touching whatever illusory object it is.
Okay.
Well, then I'll go with option number 2 and try rolling a ball bearing to go like through one of the bars on the floor. Like I'm aiming at the center of a pole and I'm rolling a ball bearing. So that if it was a full illusion, it would just roll right through. But if it was covering something up, it would interact with the physical object.
Right. Yeah, so you roll your ball bearing. Are you going to the north or south one?
Go south.
Okay. Yeah, you see the ball bearing go right between the gap of 2 of the bars and disappear from sight.
Ah. So it did interact with the pole, but as soon as it crossed the threshold, it disappeared.
Correct.
Did it fall or it just vanished?
Just vanished.
There's a illusory wall there. Okay.
I mean, I could go and do the dispelling of the magic.
Doesn't that require touch? Or can you do that from range?
Dispel magic is like 120-foot range.
Yeah.
Shit, okay.
Yeah. I dispel all magical effects on a creature or object.
Or known things like an illusion.
Yeah.
A single spell, yeah. So, well then, yeah, dispel that self one. I'll take a step back and motion for the party to join us. So I'll be nuts to butts on the north side of that double doors, just in case something happens.
Can you? No, I don't know if that would.
I'm concentrating right now, so I don't know what I could do to help. If you needed another spell cast, as long as it's not concentration and I know it, I can do it.
All right, I have to. All right. So what happens, Under?
So you cast Dispel Magic. I will actually need, because of the level of illusion, a intelligence check from you.
Oh. The paladin's not with us, is he?
Paladin is with you, but this is an ability check.
Oh yeah, okay.
Very nice.
Yes.
All right. The image of the bars and the room beyond it reveal that there is no glass statue. There are no bars. In fact, that 10 by 10 room appears to be completely filled with a teal gelatinous ooze, and you can see several rusty weapons just kind of floating in it.
God.
Yep, that's why we cast spell magic.
Oh, God.
So if we had walked across that threshold, I'm guessing the oozes would have came out and we would have been trapped in there.
Yeah, and that'd have been a horrifying way to die.
Mm-hmm. That's why I stopped when I seen the
Dumb
statues.
ways to die.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, I don't know if unless they're like super mutated gelatinous cubes, I don't think it'd be much threat for our party. But we should still definitely deal with them.
Ruffles, gelatinous cubes have a surprising ability to fuck up adventures well beyond what their CR would suggest.
And these are also Underdark
Yeah,
gelatinous
because you go in unexpecting and they do
Yeah.
shit that- yeah.
Yeah, they're Underdark gelatinous cubes.
See, we gotta stop giving Underdark that power over our minds. He's winning a psychological victory against us every time we engage in that kind of thinking.
I very much am.
It's not just engaging in that kind of thinking. It's experience
Yeah, but if
through
we don't
knowledge.
engage in that kind of thinking, we wind up dead.
But anyway, so yeah, I think we should probably engage this thing. Hey, Lucina, what are gelatinous cubes weak to? And we
Death.
probably want to do this quietly.
Oh, you want
No loud
quiet?
spells.
Silence.
Fireball!
No, I'm being serious. Like, I silence the area.
Okay, everything goes quiet.
And I just kind of gesture with my hands for them to go forward and, start killing. If possible. I would like to center this so that... How should I put this? The edge closest to us is in that doorway.
Why don't you just take that image that I posted of the map? Why don't you just draw a circle on it?
That's a good point. Those are 5-foot squares?
Yes, they are.
Yeah, I use that method for darkness, especially whenever I used to cast it with my warlock. It's much easier just to show them, like, this is where I put the darkness. But good work, Stein. Thank you for the help.
Is it a radius or a diameter 20 foot?
Radius.
Alright.
Diameter 20 foot would be really shitty. I silenced this small corner of the room.
Forgive my lumpy circle.
That's fine.
Man, every time I look at that circle, I'm just kind of more annoyed now. That was a bad circle.
It gets the point across. It's a bit square on one side, but... So then I think it'd be
Okay.
Ipfon and Stone Soup that would be shuffling to the front of the party to... Because the rest of us are pretty much range damage dealers.
Yep,
And
we'd be at the
Lucina
front.
just eliminated like half of our range damage options.
Well, you
Well,
guys are
so-
outside of silence, so you can still cast spells.
Yep. I'm gonna just maintain concentration on Pass Without Trace with the throughout the combat. But anyway, well, somebody's gotta trigger this thing. My love, can you make it go squishy?
Sure, I can make it go squishy.
So what are you doing?
I walk up. Wait, you're talking about the big slime, right? That's what you
Yeah.
want me to make go squishy.
Yes.
I walk up to it,
Okay.
and I
Then
start...
we're rolling initiative, because it does react
Yeah.
as when you walk up to it.
Ah, okay. Let's hope I can roll higher. I think I roll cool in this case.
Perfectly average, as all things should be.
Ah, there we go.
Ah, the base models. Damn, Stein.
I mean,
You know, Stein, I was tempted to take Alert just to mess with you. Because I'd have a +12 to my initiative.
All right, Stein. So you see Stone Soup walking up to the slime reacting. Do you do anything?
We're trying to be quiet, right?
Yeah, like so don't cast Thunderwave out here. You can cast it inside the silence, or if you're gonna cast something that might be loud, there is the silence. That's what that red circle is.
Okay. Well, let me just go ahead and what should I do? He already has a magic weapon, Scorching Ray. That would work. I am going to, since I don't have any concentrations going, I am going to cast haste on Stone Soup.
Oh boy.
I figure we could just have a little fun.
So we have silence, pass without trace, and haste.
All right.
No one's detecting us unless it's a visual spot.
Yep.
I gotta say, haste does not actually do a ton for me, and the side effects are not great.
Isn't it only one round though? Like once it's dropped, it's only one
Oh, right,
round.
it's only one round. Yeah.
So it's only 6 seconds after combat's over, so it's not even that noticeable. Unless it
fair enough.
happens mid-combat, then it's noticeable.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so Stein, you cast haste on Stone Soup. Anything else?
Draw my rapier, interblade some, just in case.
Okay. Stone Soup.
Okay. Let's see. I will begin attacking.
All right. Roll to hit.
Well, let's see. First I rage, and then like so.
So those will all hit.
All right. 3 deck saves.
Indeed.
Ooh, fun rolls. And it passes one and fails the other two. Let's see, so that is a pass on the restrained, so that doesn't do anything. It's blinded, and it's restrained.
Okay.
And now the damage.
Yep.
$77 magical bludgeoning damage. Now, how far back is the rest of the party from where I am?
Hold on.
Oh, yeah.
When you hit it,
When I hit it?
you hit it 3 times. Each hit, the acidic damage splashes onto you a bit, doing in total 25 points of acid damage.
Ah. It's a good thing I intrinsically resist that, even without rage, thanks to my awesome clothing.
Indeed.
I've just been wearing, like, this incredibly, like, goth, punk-looking outfit made out of xenomorph skin this whole time.
Uh-huh.
Sticking out like the biggest sore thumb you've ever seen. Alright, math. 8.
Oh man, are you saying that Stone
3.
Soup
11.
is in fact a goth dommy mommy?
No, I'm saying she's a bit of a blunt object. Anyway, how far back is the rest of the party from me?
Relatively close. It's only 10 to 15 feet from that hallway.
10
to
feet
where
would be
you-
to the person in the lead, which would be Freeman.
Okay, is there enough room in the hallway for me to back up through the party? Oh, wait, no, they're allied, so I can just do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well-
Let me think here. I've got... Let's see, haste. Speed is doubled. Jeez. Alright, then I guess I will... Do I still move at full speed when I'm traveling through party member spaces?
They're considered difficult terrain.
Okay.
Sure.
Then-
It takes 10 feet to move 5 feet.
All right. How? I guess I'll just back up 25 feet, like through the whole party.
Yeah, basically you back to that cross intersection to the north.
Sure. And that's it.
All right. At the end of your turn, this creature does get a legendary action.
Ah.
As a pseudopod latches out at the first person it reaches, which is Freeman. But it is restrained, and so it is at disadvantage.
Yep.
Does a 25 hit Freeman?
Yes, it does.
Okay. You take... There's 2 types. So this is bludgeoning damage. And then 8 acid damage. And I need you to make a strength saving throw. It does not, in fact, pull you into it.
That would be bad.
Yeah, but it's now your turn.
All right. Well, well, I guess I will fire. Yeah, I'll fire a full power thunder arrow at it.
Okay. Roll to hit. You know you're at advantage because it's restrained, right?
Oh. Good thing.
Right.
All right, so just regular, but I do get sneak attack because of the advantage then.
Indeed.
I was planning on moving, so I didn't aim. I forgot about the restrain though. All right, 40 points of thunder damage.
Okay. Well, that bloodies it.
Very quiet thunder damage.
Yeah. Oh, wait, no, it's in a silence. That does nothing.
Correct.
Your arrow hits it and does nothing.
Look,
I always
you
assumed
said-
we were using thunder damage as a.
You said you wanted it to people not to hear us kill it.
Any creature entirely inside the sphere is immune to thunder damage.
Ah, okay.
Yep.
It's part of silence.
It's all in there.
Okay. Well, I would have known that beforehand, but I already did it, so I'll back up then.
The heat of combat after getting smacked and almost
Yeah.
drawn into its maw.
Yep.
All right, and then you back up. At the end of your turn, it is going to take another legendary action and throw out a pseudopod at Stein. Stein, it misses you. Lucina, it is your turn.
Okay. Deck save.
What are you doing?
I'm disintegrating it.
Ah!
Even
your-
with that high of a roll.
That your final offer?
That is my final offer.
Okay. No.
Uh-huh. Well, you dissolve a good chunk of it as it is now bloodied. Anything else?
How close am I to it?
You are 15 feet away from it.
Bonus action, fly back 10 feet.
All right.
I have a strong suspicion I'm actually going to end up prolonging this fight.
Anything else, Lucina?
Yeah, yeah, see.
No. Nothing
Ah,
else.
okay. Yeah, it's getting kind of crowded at that intersection. Well, at the end of its turn, it'll use its legendary action to lash out at Stein again. And misses. And let's see, it is now its turn. Well, it does get a save at the end of its turn. Let's see, that is a Constitution save.
Oh, against mine?
Yeah.
It is. Let me see. This is against.
For the Indigo effect.
Yes, it is DC 15 con.
Alright. Well, it's one of the three.
Yep, that passes.
Uh-huh. And then coming around the corner from the other illusory thing is the other slime. This one able to move. And it's moving quick, with a bunch of rusty weapons kind of held in pseudopods. It actually looks kind of awesome. It looks like this.
Okay, that is
Ooh.
actually kind of awesome.
I didn't realize it was wielding them.
Well, it wasn't. It was in its amorphous form where they were just floating inside. This one's coming around the corner.
Ah.
And that's gonna,
That's actually super neat.
yeah, it's actually gonna move right up into melee with Stein, and it's gonna start trying to hit you with its weapons. All right, Stein. Does a 24 hit you?
Not if I shield, it will not.
Do you shield?
Yes.
Okay. It then attempts to engulf you. And misses. Stein, it is your turn.
All right, this is kind of upsetting me. I'm kind of perturbed about this. Yeah, we're gonna have to get rid of this guy. So what I'm gonna do is the one that's trying to hit me, I'm going to activate my dark saber, and then I'm gonna attack it.
Okay, roll to hit.
Do I have advantage to hit it?
No, this is not the restrained one. This is the other one. Okay, those will both hit it.
All right, then. So it's damage. Okay.
These are melee attacks, right?
Yes, with a magic psychic weapon.
Okay.
What are we doing?
I'm waiting for Mr. to roll his
Yeah, I'm
damage.
rolling my damage. It takes me a minute. There's multiple
Oh, yeah.
spots all over the place. $33 points of psychic damage.
Indeed, yeah, you tear into him, getting some acid on yourself for a total of 20 acid damage from the two attacks.
Ow!
Anything else in your turn?
Move away.
Okay. Do you provoke attacks of opportunity?
I do not believe I do because I believe I have the mobile feat.
Okay. You're going north to the intersection where the whole party is?
Yes.
Okay. Anything else?
No, that is all I can do.
Okay. Well, at the end of at the end of your turn, these guys get legendary actions. And this one is going to follow you. And as it moves its full movement speed without provoking attacks of opportunity right into the middle of the party. Sup, guys?
Is it melee with me?
It's a melee with the whole party.
Fantastic.
Okay.
And freaking testic.
25 feet back.
Yeah, well, you basically all backed up to that intersection where the north is that acid pool.
Yep, we did the party conveyor belt.
Yes. And it followed you. This one did. The other one's still restrained in the back, so it can't actually do anything with its legendary action.
Don't worry, it's about to be able to do even less, hopefully.
Alright, well, Stone Soup, it is your turn.
Alright, so before it gets to be my turn, I'd like to make a very careful note of where the first slime is. Like, exactly where it is.
Okay.
Just to keep track of.
Yeah.
Then it needs to make a charisma saving throw.
Why?
Because it also failed against the 7. This is the violet effect.
Oh. Yeah, it's immune to blindness, but yeah, you're right, that would still apply.
Oh, just barely.
So I think that ends it, though, for that
Yeah,
effect.
so it wasn't blinded anyway, but the effect is over.
Yeah.
Okay, so nothing happens. And, well, anyway, there's another one that's now closer.
Indeed.
So I'm going to start hitting that one.
Roll to hit.
Hey, there we go.
Those all hit.
All right. I need, oh boy, 3 dex saves. Okay, so that is a 5, a 1, a 6, a 2, and a 5.
All right, why don't we handle these one at a time, just because of how complicated it just suddenly got.
Okay, so it failed against the 5 and the 1. The other two passed.
All right.
So that is 2d6 cold and 2d6 fire.
It is immune to cold.
Okay, then I will roll the first attack with the fire.
Okay, yep.
All right, that's the first attack. That's
Okay.
39 magical bludgeoning and fire, and you.
Now
can
hold on,
acid.
because there's a thing that happens when this does occur.
Oh.
So you hit it for 39. As you knock a small chunk of it off, and there is now this small little oozling that is also animated.
Oh, lovely.
And everyone takes 5 points of acid damage from the spray. Whenever he gets hit with a melee weapon or a melee attack, everybody within 5 feet takes acid damage.
Okay, so that's the first one.
That's the first one.
The second one is the 6, which it passed against, so nothing happens.
Still takes the bludgeoning damage.
It still takes the bludgeoning damage, though.
I'm going to drop concentration on silence.
Oh, well, I thought we were trying to be sneaky.
It's outside of the silence.
Oh.
This one is. The other one isn't.
Oh, I'll maintain then.
Okay. You need to make a concentration check, though, because you just took 5
Yep.
points of acid damage.
It's worth noting the silence might also be functioning as a sound barrier here. Like, obviously sound can still go through the floor and the walls, but any noise of our fighting...
Am I in the Paladin aura?
Yeah. Hey, Freeman, is Pass Without Trace concentration?
Yes.
Concentration check, then you took 5 points of acid damage.
Pass save.
Barely.
Alright.
Jesus.
Well, that second attack would end up bloodying it.
Also more acid, I think.
Yep. As everybody takes 8 points of acid damage more. Which means another concentration check from Lucina and Freeman. Hey, Stein, is that Psychic Blade a concentration spell?
Yes, it is.
You also need to make these concentration checks, and you need 2 of them. Because you took 5 and then 8 points of acid damage.
Oh, that's concentration?
Apparently.
God damn it. Why would you do that after you cast haste on me?
We'll ignore the effect for now because we didn't realize that.
Yeah. That only.
It'll be your next turn
where.
where you're lethargic.
Okay. God damn it.
Oh shit! I forgot I had haste on you. Shit.
It's too late now.
It's almost like I was worried about this exact thing happening. Anyway, where were we?
Were you
And
in
then
the
we're
order
waiting
of the paladin?
Yes.
And anyway, now we're on the 2 and the 5,
Yes.
which it passed against. So that is.
It is
I believe,
immune to acid
cold and
damage.
Acid, so just cold, which is.
Which is also immune to. Which also
so-
spawns another Slimling
Oh, just from cold.
from the attack. An attack where it takes either of those damage types spawns a Slimling.
Well, let me roll the damage.
Yep.
31 magical bludgeoning and another slimeling and more acid damage to everybody.
Indeed.
Alright.
Alright, so it's still up. And everybody takes 12 points of acid damage, meaning another round of concentration checks. That still passes, Stein.
Alright. Now, before I turn lethargic on my next turn, is there any more room to back up?
I mean, yes, there is technically room to back up. If backing up means going north again, you have 10 feet to the edge of the acid pool.
Well, how did we...
You came from the west,
Right.
which is just a 5-foot wide tunnel. You could also go that way.
Oh, right, because we're at a T-junction.
Cross.
Cross junction, yeah. So, wait, the slimes are coming from
The south.
The south. Okay. And...
You
So
retreated
you-
north to the cross intersection. It
Yeah.
pushed you. You could keep retreating back north into the slime pool, or you could go west, which is also the way you came.
I will go west.
Okay. You don't
I will
provoke
go
attacks of opportunity, right?
No, not from this guy.
Okay.
I go another 25 feet, and that will be it.
All right. At the end of your turn, the slime will make an attack of opportunity.
Oh, actually, can I make that 50?
50?
That is my move speed.
Okay. I mean, the corner is 10, 20, 30 feet from the cross intersection. So after that, you lose line of sight.
Yeah, that's okay.
Okay. Yeah, you can keep going.
Tell you what, I'll go right around the corner and stop there.
Sure. All right. Then among the 4 people there, as its legendary action, it will attack number 3, which is Lucina. Lucina, does an 11 hit you?
You know better than that.
All right, Freeman, it is your turn. It is in melee with you. This one is anyway.
Oh, I don't like that. I'm going to spend my whole turn getting away from this thing.
Okay. Where are you going?
Let me look.
I went
So
to the
we're
west.
basically. You went west?
Yeah, you're basically all bunched up at that cross intersection.
Alright, then I will go east.
Okay.
So I will bonus action disengage.
Uh-huh.
Move down. I will not just dash past the open door. First, I will look to make sure that there's not, a guy sitting there with a spear waiting for somebody to cross in front of it and poke me.
It's not that wide. You can easily see that there isn't room there.
Okay.
It's like
Yeah,
a door.
I'll
Think of
cross.
like an empty door jam.
Ah, okay. Then I'll cross that. So 30 feet.
Okay. So that'd be
what
10,
is...
20, 30 feet. That would put you like 10 feet to that T intersection going north.
Where's the door you were talking about then? Because that's the junction I was talking about looking in. Okay, so yeah, okay, I'll dash then. Because I want.
This is what you just did.
Ah, okay, yeah, I was miscounting in my head. Yeah, then I will dash because I want to get on the other side of that doorway.
Okay. Yeah, when you peek it, you see that it's a hall that continues to the north.
All right, then yeah, I will move my full 60 far away.
Okay. Yeah, that takes you all the way. Let's see, that'd be 30, 40, 50, 60. All right. So you can see that to your east and about 20 more feet past that 60. So if you had moved 80, the hallway turns to the south.
Okay. All right.
Anything else?
Nope.
All right. Well, at the end of your turn, this thing will take another legendary action. Stein is still in melee with it, so it'll attack Stein this time. And misses. Lucina, it is your turn.
Mm-hmm.
This ooze is in melee with you.
How fucked up is it?
It is bloodied.
I think what I'll do is... how close am I to its center mass?
5 feet.
All right, I'm going to back up 10 feet.
Okay. Well, it's going to take its attack of opportunity against you.
Now we know. It will miss terribly, for it is dumb and stupid and lacks the superior central nervous system.
Does a 20 hit you?
Ah, exactly what I wanted.
Is that a yes?
Yeah.
Okay. So it is 9 points of bludgeoning damage and 21 points of acid damage total. So 30 points
Jesus.
30 points from the one hit. Concentration check, please. DC 15. Silence falls.
Silence down. Alrighty.
Still your turn, though. You only backed up and got smacked in the face for it.
Okay. Well, I'll be using my reaction. I need a deck save from it.
Okay.
It's taking lightning damage.
Okay.
No. And I ignore resistance.
Excellent. It's immune to lightning damage. Now, I think in the past we've said that drastically drops immunity down to resistance.
Have we? Is that a thing? I'll take it.
But that what does?
Well, here's the thing that basically means that he can ignore lightning resistance, but this
Isn't
thing's
that-
outright immune.
Isn't that what that does? I thought it said it
Yes.
did that.
Well, no, it doesn't. That's sort of, some of them say that, some of them don't. I've always run it where it basically just goes down one step, so it's resistant to that. So it takes 3 points of lightning damage, and
Oh,
also
yeah,
spawns
only
another
one.
slimeling.
Uh-huh. Okay. Well, I still have my action
You do still have your action. What would you like to do?
and my bonus action. Alrighty. Let's go with... Here's a question.
Yo,
How much of the party is going to get hit by Cone of Cold?
that's a 60-foot cone.
Yeah.
You'll only hit Stein.
Will I hit both slimes?
You will hit all 4 slimes. So you'll hit the big slime at the center of the intersection and the 4 slimelings.
Acceptable losses.
Okay.
Cone of Cold.
It's con save.
Con save.
Big ones first.
Fail, fail, pass, fail.
Indeed. Please roll damage.
What about Mr. Stein?
Oh, Mr. Stein. Yes, Mr. Stein, please make a con save.
Oh god.
As he just cone of cold the slime.
You have a good con save.
What
I'm sure
kind
you'll
of
be fine.
con save? Yeah.
Against cold. And that's when we find out Stein has vulnerability to cold. So that fails.
Very nice. These things appear unaffected, and there is now a fourth slimeling.
I took 40 more damage.
Yes,
What?
it's immune to cold.
Guys, I'm running out of flavors of damage. Bonus action, fly back 10 feet.
Okay, so you're now 20 feet from it.
Yep, we're gonna put 10 more feet.
That puts you at the corner. You can see, stone soup right there past the corner.
Yeah, well, that works for me.
Okay. Anything else?
No.
All right. Well, it's going to use its legendary action to chase after you, moving 30 feet up right into melee with you, Lucina, without provoking attacks of opportunity.
Hmm.
All right. DM's turns then. We'll handle the restrained one first, because it can't do anything except make it save. So it's 2 passes for it. Stein, around you are 4 little slimelings. They are all going to try and lunge at you.
All right.
Does a 23 hit you?
Negative. I can shield and that won't hit me.
All right, they all bounce off your shield, leaving just smears of acid on it. Lucina, this guy's coming at you with hammer and tongs.
He can fuck up and die?
Does a 20 hit you?
Not when I shield.
Do you?
Yeah.
All right, and then it tries to engulf you. Does a 25 hit you with shield?
Yeah.
All right, it just slams right into you. Dealing 10 points of bludgeoning. 14 points of acid damage, so 24 total if you're concentrating on anything.
Not anymore.
It is now all around you, and you are restrained and cannot breathe.
Cool. Question.
Yep.
Is it going to have a harder time dodging me?
Yes, that seems fair. But that's it. Stein, it is your turn.
Wait, did we hit DM1?
Yes, I already made the save. It was a 22.
Another pass. All right.
Yeah. I just did it first, since it can't do anything other than make that save this round.
Okay. Shit.
Yeah, so there are 4 of these little slimelings in front of you.
I'm not worried about the slimelings. I'm not worried about those. Well, I am, but I'm not. Okay, where is the rest of the party away from me? Can I get away from these slimes?
Yes, they are small. You could easily just run past them. Provoke attack of opportunity, but you could get past them. Freeman ran 60 feet to your east.
Okay.
Stone Soup and Lucina ran to the west. Lucina's visible 30 feet to the west inside of the slime. Stone Soup ran around the corner, so you can't see him currently.
Okay. How far are the 2 slimes apart?
The 4 slimes in front of you are adjacent to each other.
No. You misunderstand my question. So if I call down God, how many of them can I hit?
What's the radius?
60 feet.
Does it go around corners?
It's a radius, I don't know. It's around.
Then no. If it doesn't say in there like Fireball does, where it says it goes around corners, it doesn't. So in that case, you'd be able to hit the slime that has Lucina in it, the 4 slimes in front of you, you would also hit Lucina with that, and yourself.
And I cannot take much more of it.
Or you could put it down to the south, where it would only hit the 1 restrained slime. And the 4 slimelings.
It'll hit the 1 restrained and the 4 slimelings?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna do that then, yeah.
Okay. It's a con save, right?
It is a con save, correct.
Alright, first one's the big restrained guy.
2 pass.
Well, we'll roll that damage then.
Fuck. 33 radiant damage, and all of them that failed are blinded.
Okay. Well, the 4 slimelings in front of you are reduced to smears of acid on the flagstone. You're unsure of how the you don't direct line of sight on the one to the south. You're just able to put it where the explosion would have hit it.
Right.
All right. Anything else?
So is Lucina still trapped in one?
Yes, that's to your west. You hit the guys to your south.
Okay, how far is Lucina from me?
30 feet.
Okay, so I know what damage does what. I know that cold and thunder damage doesn't work on it.
Well,
Cold and lightning.
Yeah, cold and lightning. We know
thunder was
radiant
because of the
works, and I
silence.
know psychic works. So what I'm going to do, since I still have the sword active, I am going to action surge, move to the one that's holding Lucina, and attack it.
Okay. Roll to hit. Those both hit.
$35 points of psychic damage.
All right. So yeah, you cut that one. Oh wait, nope. Never mind. I was on the wrong stat block. It's looking to be near death.
And that's all I can do.
Right. As you and Stone Soup both take a total of 32 acid damage from flying bits of acid from your hits. I believe we need to make a couple of concentration
Ryan
checks.
goes down. He doesn't have to make a
Ah,
concentration.
you're down.
Ryan goes down. Because,
Okay.
yeah, that's way too much.
Alrighty. Then at the end of your turn, it does get a legendary action. And it's going to attack the Stone Soup right in front of it. Stone Soup, I don't think a 12 hits you. And it is Stone Soup's turn. You're lethargic, correct? Is Pete here? You guys can hear me, right? I didn't lose
I can
connection.
hear you.
Okay. Well, I guess Pete can't do anything because he's lethargic. Freeman, what would you like to do? Freeman?
Do I have line of sight down the hall towards one of these bad boys?
Which range of your dark vision?
60.
Since you guys were explicit about not having light sources, no. You do not have line of sight on anybody.
All right. Well, then I will move up.
Okay.
Until I can see one.
Yeah, you move up 30 feet. It's 60 feet away from you at that corner where you guys first came around. You can see Lucina floating inside of it.
If I forget, does damage transfer? I forget.
Depends. Sometimes not.
Okay, I shoot it.
That's crit.
Let's hope it doesn't transfer.
Mm-hmm. Fortunately for you, it does not in this creature. As the slime dissolves all around Lucina, you are prone on the ground covered in ooze.
Awesome.
But you can breathe again, and you're no longer restrained. Anything else,
I do,
Freeman?
in fact, love oxygen.
No, nobody's within range for me to do anything, so.
Okay. Lucina, what would you like to do?
All right. How many big slimes are left?
Well, this one's obviously destroyed. The other one, you haven't seen it. It hasn't moved from its original position yet.
All right, but there's a bunch of small ones.
No, those got evaporated by Stein. Stein is bleeding out on the floor in front of you, though.
I'm sure he'll be fine. I'm going to advance up.
Okay, 30 feet to that cross intersection.
Mm-hmm. Can I see the big dude?
No. There is a 25-foot long hallway before you get to that 20-foot wide intersection. Or that 10-foot wide intersection to see him.
Oh, shit, we've fallen back that far?
Yes, you did.
Holy crap.
You guys have basically been trying to kite these guys.
Healing word. Get the fuck up, Stein.
Roll it. All right, Stein, you get up with 3 hit points and a level of exhaustion. Anything else in your turn, Lucina?
Let's see. Bonus action. Yeah, I'll dash up towards that area.
Okay, yeah, you get to that corner, and you can see that the ooze to the south, the one that got restrained, is still restrained in its original starting position and form. It's still in its gelatinous cube state with all the weapons floating inside it. It hasn't moved at all.
Yep.
Cool. I'm disintegrating it next turn.
It's passed every save, but it needs 3 turns.
Right. All right. Anything else, Lucina?
Nope, that'll do.
All right. Well, at the end of your turn, this guy does in fact get to use his legendary action because there's a guy who's right there at the corner, and it's going to try to lash out at you with a pseudopod.
And misses like the weak weenie that it is.
Probably. Yeah. All right. Its turn. Funnily enough, it can only use its ranged attack as a legendary action. Everything else is within 5 feet of it. And I guess it goes for that con save.
Yep. Another pass. It is no longer restrained.
It is no longer restrained, but I believe that is at the end of its turn,
That's
which
the end of
means
its turn.
that it is now Stein's turn. Stein, you are prone on the ground with 3 hit points.
Stein is gonna get up
Okay.
and well, I mean, he's done pretty much. He's gonna heal himself. He's gonna pull out his handy dandy good times heal gun that he carries around with him, and he's gonna give himself a shot.
Seems reasonable.
It's a 2d12, I think.
Sounds about right.
I got it wrote down there.
Yeah, it's 2d12.
$13. All right. And I'm gonna let them, and then I'm gonna let the other folk handle this thing. I'm gonna hang back and let them do it.
Alrighty. Well, at the end of your turn, this thing does get another legendary action, and so it lashes out at Lucina again.
Fuck you, miss.
Yep, it missed. Stone Soup, you've already been lethargic, so what do you do on this turn?
Alright, now that I can do things again, I will... Let's see, the one that was containing Lucina got splatted.
Yeah.
So now, how far do I need to go from my position around the western corner to reach the first one?
To get within melee would be 30, 25, be 65 feet of movement.
All right. If I spend my bonus action, I can move that far.
Okay.
And yeah,
You can tell it is no longer restrained.
Yep. I'm gonna start hitting it again.
All right. Roll to hit.
Very good.
Well, a crit and a hit.
Fortunately, I had to spend my bonus action, so I lose another hit from doing that.
Yeah. I'll say it failed the deck saves. Son of a bitch.
1 and a 6. Hey, I hope you like being restrained.
Right. Well, it is immune to the cold damage, but not to the fire.
So that's a slimelet.
Yeah, and there's a slimelet next to it now.
Okay, first hit. $39 magical bludgeoning. And you can roll your acid.
Indeed, and so you take 10 points of acid damage. Was that both hits for the 39?
No, that is the first hit. Second hit.
Okay.
This is the one with the restrained on it. 25 magical bludgeoning.
All right. As you take 9 points of acid damage as you blow it up, leaving only the little slimelet next to you. Anything else?
Nope.
All right. Freeman, your turn.
Oh, wait, hold on. I back. Oh, no, I can't because of the slimelet. Yeah, I guess I don't go anywhere.
I mean, you could.
No, but I don't.
All right, Freeman.
All right, so all visible targets are dead. I need to move back towards the party, it sounds like.
Okay, so you move another 30 feet forward to get to the cross intersection. You can see Freeman 25 feet to the south. The sounds of
I
ooze
shoot
getting...
him because that's an imposter.
Okay. Oh, I said Freeman, didn't I?
Yeah, you did.
I meant Lucina.
All right. Then I will.
I shoot her because she has the loot.
Wait, how
That's
does,
all we
how
care
does
about.
Fremont know that that's the or that that's not the real one?
Because it was a copy of himself.
Yeah, but how does he know that that's not the real version?
Because I'm me.
Do you know
How
that?
do you know that you're not really just a copy?
There are some fucky dungeons, Freeman, that could fuck with you that way, just so you know.
I'm me. he said.
Shoot yourself in the back.
The best kind.
All right. Well, then I guess I'll have to bonus action dash to get into any visible range on these guys, right?
Yep. So you run down there dashing, get into that 10-foot wide intersection. You can see that the big one is all dead, stone soup just kind of covered in the acid. And there's this little like slimelet next to him on the floor.
Oh, I shoot it with a regular arrow.
Roll to hit. You miss.
I can't do anything about that. I dash, so.
Yeah.
I'm just happy I got to restrain that thing again before it died.
Right? Yeah. That thing got to do basically nothing this entire combat.
I'm also very disappointed that I came within like a nat 20 of finally getting to use the banishment effect of this weapon, and it's still not happening. We've never actually had that trigger, like not even once.
I'm sorry, like it's just random luck.
Yeah.
It's not like it's especially hard to trigger it either.
No, it's a 1 in 8, and they have to fail a save.
Yeah. 2 saves.
Oh, yes.
Anyway, Freeman, you're done. Lucina, it's your turn.
Alright, I see this fucker.
You see the slimelet, yes.
Alright, I cast Dispel Creature. Dex
Which one?
Save.
You're disintegrating it? Okay.
Yes.
I think it failed. Yes, the tiny slimelet is reduced to ash. You guys are out of initiative.
Wait. Do you say tiny slimelet?
Yeah. It had all of
I'm
10 hit
wondering why
points.
you're using disintegrate. Did you not hear me say I use a regular arrow?
No.
Or the fact that I've been referred to these things as small little slimelets.
I've been a little distracted.
It was taken out with extreme prejudice.
Oh man.
Yeah, these are the kind of goblets you can't drink out of.
All right, so little bit excessive.
Hold it.
Just a little bit.
How many hit points did it have?
10.
Your modifier was enough to kill 4 of these things.
What's
Anyway,
funny
next
is
time
throughout the combat, 6 of them spawned.
Yeah, mostly due to me.
Doggo, I blame you for this. You and your gurgly upset tummy.
Anyway, next time you're going to cast haste on me, don't drop concentration in the middle of the fight.
Generally speaking, casting haste on someone and then running into combat with the gelatinous cube is a suboptimal choice.
Yeah, but he dropped concentration on it because he cast another concentration spell.
Mister, what the fuck were you thinking?
What?
Why did you drop haste?
Forgot I had haste up.
Okay, well, next time, don't.
Least you give me shit for having shitty wizard. No, fuck you, man. At least I don't forget when I'm buffing party members.
Well, it happens so rarely, you know.
What does? You casting haste?
No, him forgetting that he buffed party. No, him buffing
caring
party
about-
members.
Yeah, Stein caring about the party. He doesn't usually buff the party.
Cast disintegrate on Stein in his sleep? Yeah.
Alright, so what do you guys do now?
Well, I think we go back to scouting.
I think we take a short rest.
What, down here?
Yes.
We're in the middle of like an infiltration here.
I have suffered substantial injuries.
Okay, well, we'd have to back out if you want to do that.
Yeah, I don't recommend taking a short rest in the sewer directly below the, palace.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You scout those of us that need to rest.
Well, Stein would need to rest. He's the one that's casting Arcane Eye. And he's
true.
also suffered damage to the point where he was unconscious.
Okay. So Stein sucks it up and continues to scout, and the rest of us that need a rest take a rest.
Wait, what?
The whole reason we're here, Stein, is so you can cast Arcane Eye in the sewer.
I know.
Lucina wants to take a short rest in the middle of the infiltration.
No.
We have suffered substantial injuries among the casters.
Okay, but this is like a time-sensitive infiltration we're doing here.
Is it?
We can't just
Yes.
stop. Yeah. We'll get caught if we stay here for an hour.
We can't just chill, Lucina. I don't know why you think taking a short rest here is a good idea. I am
Ruffles,
genuinely
Ruffles.
confused.
I've been gone half the session. Is there information I'm not privy to that this is actually time sensitive?
It's time-sensitive because we're trying to sneak into a place that has, like, guards and shit who might have
Yeah.
heard that.
The more time we spend in this general vicinity, the more bad.
Like, you should be thinking of this as a heist. You don't take a rest in the middle of a heist.
That is literally not how this game is designed, but okay.
Well, the game is not designed to have you be able to press the rest button at any point in the game, and it stops time so you can take a rest. Like, that's never how that's worked.
Not what I said.
No,
Go
but
on,
it's what
push
you
ahead.
implied.
He thinks that we're gonna have an hour's worth of time with Stein scouting. We're not.
Yeah, no, we don't have an hour unless you want everyone but Stein to, like, back off and leave the area. Which I also don't think would be a good idea.
Go on, scout.
I mean, I don't know about that.
Wait, Stein, what's your, oh, well, you're going to use Arcane Eye, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna open the hatch, so the eye can get into the castle or the palace.
Right.
Stein, what's your stealth?
My stealth, Stein's stealth. Stein's got good stealth.
Sorry, Ipfan, Fremen, what's your stealth?
Plus 16, minimum of 26 for my roll.
Oh, jeez. All right, never mind.
Stein only has a +5 to stealth.
Don't suppose anybody has catnap.
-1 disadvantage.
I have catnap.
Oh, well, then that solves the whole problem. Just give catnap to Fremd and let him keep going.
Doesn't catnap let you cast it on multiple people?
Oh, yeah, well, some
Yeah.
other people can get in on it. I don't need it. Yeah, let's do a catnap. That's like what this was made for.
Yeah, catnap I'm fine with. Nobody had suggested it previously.
Yeah.
It's a good
3
idea.
Plus, it's a 3rd level spell at 3 + 1 per level.
One per level or per additional level?
Per additional level.
Okay.
Unconscious for 10 minutes, gain the benefit of a long rest.
Well, we
Short
can spare
rest.
10 minutes.
Or short rest, yeah, short rest.
Yeah, I'd say give it to yourself, Fremd, and Lucina. I don't need it.
All right, you'll stand guard for our 10-minute power nap.
I will stand guard for 10 minutes.
All right, I'm gonna cast that on the 3 of us.
Okay.
Alright.
All right.
Where are you doing this? Like, where in the sewers are you doing this? Are you doing this like right in front of these two now empty alcoves?
No, let's go into an alcove.
Okay.
Do you go to the north or south one?
South.
Okay. So the 5 of you jam into this 10 by 10 alcove. And you cast catnap. People fall unconscious. Oh no. Stone Soup, what's your passive perception?
My passive perception is a whopping 13.
Oh fuck.
Okay.
Oh fuck.
Let's see
Weird damage
here.
doesn't work.
Okay. So you hear a slapping sound to the south.
We're in the south alcove.
Yes.
Is this coming from within the alcove?
No, it's coming from like around the corner to the south from that hallway.
Ah. Does this sound like a noise I heard either of the gelatinous cubes make?
It's a little. It doesn't sound as massive or as fast.
Can I move the unconscious party members without disturbing their catnap?
Yes. As long as you're
So-
gentle about it.
Yeah, I would like to gently and quietly move all of the party members and myself into the the southwest corner of the south alcove. Just like to make sure we can't be seen. Well, actually, no, I shouldn't have to move them. Well, no, I didn't say I did. Yeah, so I'll move them all into the southwest corner of the south alcove so that we can't be seen from the hallway.
Okay. I would say go ahead and make a stealth check then.
Yep.
Okay. So you kind of listen. That slapping sound starts fading, and then gone. and then catnap ends.
Yeah, see, this is what I'm talking about, Gilbert.
The three of you have successfully taken a short rest via catnap.
All right, here is my con save for staying up during the rest. Oh man, I feel really tired all of a sudden.
Right, but Stein, Freeman, and Lucina, you guys can spend hit dice or do other short rest stuff.
Oh, right. Forgot to add the +6.
All right. I am now back at max HP. Yo, mister. Okay.
What?
Making sure you're paying attention.
Yeah, I'm seeing how many hit dice I want to roll up.
All right, yeah, you guys have taken your short rest. A little bit of a power nap there. It's a nice, comfortable, smooth kind of stone alcove you're sitting in.
As they come to, I talk to them in a low voice and I mention the noise I heard, confirming that we are definitely not alone down here.
You said it sounded like a cube or something squishy.
I think that was directed at you, Pete. Is Pete here?
I believe Pete stepped away.
Ah, I missed that.
I didn't hear him say
he
he
didn't
stepped away
say
either.
anything. I'm making a guess.
So what do you guys do now?
Well, I think we continue with the scouting. Making our way across where the gelatinous cubes were. Well, actually, that's where we just were. So our way into that room and start looking for, well, any sort of secondary fail-safes that might exist.
Okay. So, yeah, you enter this large 35 by like 60 room. There's a long trestle table in the middle, several stools kind of bunched up there. A small, like squat cooking area to the east, and as you know from your map, a secret door also on that east wall. Though it's currently closed, so you can't see it, obviously.
This table and this chairs and stuff, does this look like it's recently been used, or is it just down?
Make an investigation check, I would say.
Stein, you want to give me a hand?
Of course. What am I rolling? Investigation?
Aren't you exhausted?
Yeah, I do have a level of exhaustion.
So you could give me a hand, though.
Yeah, I'll give you a hand. Yeah, I'll assist you.
All right. As you're looking at this table and these stools, you do realize that while they look old and almost like they have been kind of been like abandoned down here, there's discontinuities between how the table and the stools look and the kind of like weather patterns on the stone. You know, something isn't quite right. They don't line up.
Like, the stone looks exceptionally worn and the stools and table look new, or the other way around?
It's more like there are certain wear patterns in the stonework that would imply that there was a table here that was somewhat frequently used, but it isn't this table. This table doesn't, and these stools don't match the wear pattern.
Ah, the legs and the dots don't line up. Gotcha.
Right.
Okay.
But they do, like, the stone looks worn, so does this table. They look about, like, they don't look out of place, like one's brand new and the other isn't. It's almost like it's just not quite right for the space.
Okay, so they go through a lot of furniture. Odd. Not sure what to do with that information, but nonetheless, nothing else suspicious about the room?
Nothing stands out now.
All right, then let's head for the secret tunnel.
Okay. Yeah, with the knowledge of where it is because of that map, it's pretty trivial to locate it. And the latching mechanism, which allows it to spin on its central bearing, revealing the 20 by 30 chamber beyond. The old kind of worn markings of an arcane circle to the north, and a ladder leading to a hatch to the south.
All right. Climb up the ladder. This not being too loud, and just take a closer look at the hatch and see how recently it's been used.
Make an investigation check.
16.
Okay. The hatch looks to be well kept, and you can kind of like smell, like when you like go, because the hinges are on the top side obviously, but when you kind of sniff near them, you can smell a little bit of oil, so you're pretty sure that it's lubricated.
So not infrequently used.
It's not like decrepit and rusted shut, no.
Okay.
It also isn't pristine, like there's like nicks and scratches and stuff on it, a little bit of rust on the iron.
All right. Well, then I will I guess climb back down and go to the party. And pass that information to Stein and let him know, hey, I think we're ready. So pop the hatch and you can send the eye through.
All right. I cast Arcane Eye.
Okay. You're having it appear in this chamber with the circle and the ladder going up?
Oh, that's right. You can actually cast it through walls. I forgot about that.
That's why I brought it up earlier.
Yeah, that's a fair point. I don't even have to open the hatch technically, Stein. You know where above the hatch is, and it's within 30 feet. So
I'm just clarifying what you're
Alright,
actually
yeah.
doing, that's all.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Okay. Okay, your arcane eye appears above the hatch, invisibly, and you can see that there are 3, like, giant rats just kind of resting on the floor of this room.
Well, it's only 3.
2 doors, one leads to the north, one leads to the south along the east wall. Stein, it's your eye. You have to tell me what you're doing.
Oh, I'm gonna start moving it up towards the really sneakily through the sewer. Yeah.
Well, you're in a room. Like your arcane eye is in a room. It's a 15 by 10 foot chamber with 3 giant rats in it. At the east wall, on the north to the north and to the south, are 2 closed doors made of wood.
Okay. I am going to peek under one of the doors.
Do you prefer the south or the north?
Let's go with the north.
Okay. Your eye looks under the north door, and it can't see anything, as this door appears to be shut. It appears to be made as if to shut tightly to prevent things from getting into it.
Ah, so there's no openings in there nowhere.
There is a small keyhole on it, but it is smaller than an inch. Your eye wouldn't be able to fit into it.
Okay. What about the other door?
The other door is much looser, and there is like an inch gap at the bottom that your eye could go under.
Yeah, I'm gonna go under it and see what's
Okay.
in there.
Goes under it, which goes to a 25 by 10 room, long. Off to the east, you can see another closed wooden door. And along the north wall, which is the one you just came through, there is another door along the way. Yes, thank you, Freeman. You've just entered that southwesternmost room, the long one that looks like a mirrored image of Oklahoma.
All right.
So where do you go next?
Hmm. So this map is right. So where am I at on this map?
You see that room with the box with the down arrow?
Yeah.
That was the first room you came into. You went out the southern door of that room. So you're in the reverse Oklahoma.
Okay. So
And inside that room, you can also see 3 more giant rats.
okay. So that one door to the north was sealed tight, right?
Yes.
That's probably a pantry. And the other door that I went through is the door with all the columns, right?
You went out the southern door.
Oh, okay.
The one to the north was the sealed tight one.
Okay.
Discord really needs a draw function.
Okay. Well, then I'm gonna go up. I'm gonna continue all the way down the hallway and go in the door to the east. I
Okay.
guess?
Sure. Yeah, north is top. So yeah, you start going to the eastern door. As you pass by that other northern door, you see it's another tightly shut door. But there is an inch gap on the east door, which you are able to go under if you want.
Yeah, I'm gonna go over and go under it.
Oh, okay. And you can see in this pillared room some storage kind of to the north, a 10-foot wide hall in the east, and a couple of people standing around, dressed in some armor. I'm just going to pull that back up. One is dressed in what looks to be mage robes. the other in chainmail.
Okay. Priestly robes and the other one in chainmail.
Yep.
What do they appear to be doing?
The one in the chainmail, they're both sitting. So if you look where that 10-foot wide corridor starts, see the square with the two circles? That's a table and two stools. They appear to be playing cards.
You look further east on the map, it's prison cells. They're probably the guards.
Right. So, what is that to the south?
It is an alcove with a rack, like a torture rack, propped up in it.
All right, well, then I'm going to try to go to the stairs. I'm assuming those are stairs up and to the...
Yes, those are stairs that go up and to the left.
Yeah, I want to go that way.
Okay. Which takes you up onto a nice, polished floor of an entryway, 20 feet wide and 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 feet long. Yep. Another set of stairs goes up to the south. A closed door to the west, which you remember would lead outside, and 2 doors to the north, 2 doors to the south. The entryway hallway continues off to the southwest, or southeast, sorry.
Okay. I guess I'm gonna continue up the stairs, go up to the next floor. Unless this looks like where you would go to the important throne room or something.
Nah, you want to go up.
Yeah,
We have this. We have this floor. We have the full layout of this floor.
All right, we're gonna go up.
All right, so it goes up, and it goes to a how to describe this? A long, wide throne room with draperies and tapestries kind of going between pillars. At the far end of it, about 50 feet away from you, you can see up on a dais an empty throne. There are curtains to the north and south of you.
Okay.
Turns out he's invisible on the throne.
Okay. So I need to continue. What do y'all think?
Well, I'm gonna lay out the room that
Kind
you're
of
in.
relaying this to Freeman. He sees.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna lay out that room, find any doors and stuff, and anything that you can go through. Try going through them.
All right, what do we got? What kind of doors and exits we got?
Well, I mean, as I said, there are 2 curtains to the north and south, which you would know are usually be used to conceal like hallways that would lead away from this room.
What kind of room is this then?
It appears to be a throne room,
Okay.
like a place you would receive guests and the like.
Right. So let's try the door to the right.
Okay, yeah, your eye floats over to the curtain to the south. I mean, it's a curtain, so it's not perfectly sealed. There's actually gaps at the top you could just kind of go over between the rod and the curtain.
All right.
Yeah, it looks like it's a 5-foot wide, 10-foot long hallway with 4 doors. 1 to the south, 1 to the east, 2 to the west.
All right. Continue down the hallway then.
Yeah, I mean that's the whole hallway. It's 10 feet long.
No doors or nothing at the end of it?
There are 4 doors. 1 to the east, 1 to the south, 2 to the west.
Let's go to. Well, let's do them one by one.
Which one do you go to first?
The closest one to me. I don't know what.
Do you go left or right?
Let's go left.
Okay. Go to the left. Yeah, you go under it. It looks to be a rather nicely appointed bedroom. A 4-poster bed set against the south wall. A small settee in the northeast, where you might take like small meals and the like. And a closed wardrobe, kind of on the north wall as well. Various nice throw rugs. One that looks like it might have been an owl bear at one point.
All right. Moving on.
Okay. So are you going just across the hall to the first west door, or are you going to go south to...
Yes,
okay.
yes. Across the hall to the next one. Do it in a
Okay.
pattern.
Sure. You go across to the next one. And as you slip under, you realize that it looks to be some type of office. And there is a not quite elderly, but older. Like you can see graying hair starting to come in at the temples. And he's dressed in regal robes, sitting at a desk with a quill and an ink pot, writing on what looks to be parchment. There is also a door on the south wall of this room. Behind him, on the west wall, are several bookcases.
Okay. I don't know. I don't know what to do now. Moving on to the next room, I suppose. There's nothing in here worth anything.
Okay. You then go to the next western door. Inside, you see 2 long tables. On the top of each of them, 4 bird cages. 6 of the 8 cages contain winged snakes. 2 of them are empty, with the doors to the cages open and ajar.
Okay.
There is also a door in the north wall of this room.
Well, let's check that door at the north wall of this room then.
Okay, it looks like it's the other side of that door that leads to that room with the man writing.
Okay then. All right, well, I'm just getting the lay of the land, so let's double back and let's go out and hit the last room.
Okay, yep, go out of the hall, and you go through the southern door, which appears to go to another 5-foot wide, 10-foot long hallway that ends at a dead end. There's no other way in or out of this hallway.
It's just a dead hallway?
Yes.
What kind of decorations are in it?
Unlike the other hallway where there were like paintings and stuff up and like a nice carpet, it's bare, just bare wood.
This is some kind of something. I've played enough role-playing games to know that this is something. I don't know what yet, but it's something.
It's interesting that there's more of those snakes in there. Have we seen people besides Mufasa? Yeah, now I'm doing it. Have we seen people besides Mustafa use those things, or are those just like used as messengers here?
You have only seen Mustafa receive messages via flying snake. You have, on occasion in dense urban areas, seen one of them flying around, but you never took notice of it when I mentioned it.
Okay. Well, that would at least indicate there are other people who use them, maybe. This certainly
Seems
would.
like it's their equivalent of a carrier pigeon.
Yeah, they're equivalent of a carrier pigeon, but they're not.
They're
Well, I
not
guess-
that common.
Yeah, well, I
Yep.
guess carrier pigeons aren't that common either, so it adds up. Like you're not sending mail to your cousin via carrier pigeon. It's not that important.
Like, let me put it this way. In all that time you spent in Tomoe before, between those two inns, you spent like well over like 2 weeks in Tomoe. You saw one of these guys once.
Ah, yeah, okay, so pretty rare. But I think we're still exploring the arcane eye.
Yep. So Stein, are you doing anything?
Well, I'm gonna exit out of this hallway, and since I've searched all these rooms, I'm gonna go back out and go to the opposite side.
All right. That you float across that northern curtain. And when you go into it, it's a much larger room. To the left, you can see what looks to be an arming area. A nice, like, almost like brightly shining gold suit of plate mail on like an armor rack. Several exquisite examples of great swords kind of in racks next to it. Throughout the room, you can see various forms of training dummies, almost like they've been set aside into different stations. Like there's one area where, there's like multiple dummies with small little, like a rapier and a dagger. One that almost looks like it's set up so that the dummy's on a horse, like a wooden horse, to simulate like fighting a cavalryman. This looks to be like an armory / training room.
All right, it's an armory.
There are no other visible doors to this room.
Okay, so this great big room has no other doors in it. All right, so what do y'all think? What are we doing? Lucina? Freeman? Crap.
Under, do you have a map of what he's explored so far?
Not one that I can share. It has
Okay.
DM stuff on it too much.
Well,
Yep,
I
yep.
mean, I've searched all the rooms now, right?
You have followed all of the accessible rooms that your arcane eye found. Yes.
And he didn't find the big staircase, or the other stair. He didn't find the big set of stairs that go all the way up.
I know, but why would you expect to find that? I'm confused as to your reasoning.
Is there another staircase going up, or is this the top floor?
This
looking at the
this is
map
the
right now.
middle floor.
Yeah.
So
Well-
when you look, Freeman, at that first floor.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So there are two staircases you need to be aware of. So you see that large plus, the big pillar that the statue's on?
Yep.
That leads up directly to the hatch 2 floors up.
Okay.
It basically is inside of and skips the second floor.
Yeah. So that's a vaulted ceiling, a 2-story room.
Yes. Same with that double set of doors to the south with the looping around so that it can go up higher.
Oh, okay. I thought, yeah.
The
that's
second
my
floor is
mistake.
only accessible from the first floor. You cannot access it directly from the roof.
Okay. That's where I was misunderstanding. I thought the 10-foot wide stairs stopped on the second floor.
No. You have to remember this was built as, to prevent, this is a secure building to house their ruler. You can't just drop in through the roof. The stairs are such that you would have to go down to the first and then up to the second again.
Okay. And in his musing, he found the dead end hallway. He didn't find a bedchamber or anything?
He did find a bedchamber.
Oh, he did. Okay, then we're They were good.
It was to
missed
the
that.
east of that hallway.
Okay. Yeah, I
It
I
was
missed
a
that. That's
big
my
open
apologies.
room. Yeah, it was a big, really nice room. Yeah.
Okay. And did he saw somebody studying? Did he see anybody that? I mean, we have a rough idea of what the Emperor looks like, right? Like Mustafa's given us a description of this guy.
Yeah, it was the Emperor. He was at his desk writing on some parchment.
Oh. Go back and see what he's writing. And as for windows, did he see much of any on the
No,
second floor?
So, I'm sorry, there was one big thing I forgot to mention. When you look up, there is no ceilings. You see only the clouds and the sun in the sky.
How peculiar.
Yeah, sorry, I completely missed that part of my notes, and I forgot
So
to mention
some
it.
form of magical sunroof.
Yeah, the entire area is brightly lit, despite like no burning candles or torches or anything.
So we've established the second floor is only accessible from the primary entry floor.
Mhm.
You can't
And there
get
are
it
no
to-
exterior windows.
Yep, you can't get to it from the roof or the walls,
Which
so
is
you have
odd.
to go through the first floor.
So that is a discrepancy, because outside of the building you can see second-story arrow slits.
But it would make sense that you have a baluster running around and your arrow slits are like an isolated vault, so to speak, is that second floor. You can get in through those arrow slits, but there is no way from those arrow slits to the second floor. You would have to go back down to the first and then back up through the small slits.
Potentially, yes.
Because yeah, we didn't explore too much of the. Yeah, there's a couple of different spots where the stairs go up to the arrow slits. Okay, so yeah, the sewer access is not that bad. The only thing we have to deal with is the 2 guards. And then I guess, Stein, the last thing I'd suggest would be getting a better idea of the body count on the main floor. So as far as him flying around on that second floor, it was pretty much just the Emperor up there, right? There was no other bodies.
You only saw the Emperor up in the apartments.
Okay. So then, yeah, I would get a body count just to see how many heads we're dealing with.
All right. As I come down, where I remember people, I'm gonna get head counts.
Okay. So yeah, you float back down to the first floor. Where do you go first? There's 2 doors to the north, 2 doors to the south, the hallway that leads off to the east, the door that leads outside to the west.
Here, Stein, let me get you the map. Because we have this blueprint. You would be
Yes.
familiar with this map layout. So here. This is what we know of the floor you're on now.
All right. Well, let's start. Where am I at?
You see that
Big
big
rectangle.
hall with the 2 sets of stairs, one going up, one going down? Right at the entrance?
Yeah.
That's you.
All right. Let's go into that room. It looks like multiple beds up to the middle, upper middle, right here, right there.
Barracks to the
Mhm.
north.
Yeah.
Alright, yeah, you go up there. That is definitely a barracks. From the looks of it, there are 6 guards currently off duty, just kind of relaxing in this room.
All right.
There are enough beds to support maybe double or triple that number. Triple if they're kind of hot bunking.
All right. I'm gonna. Looks like that's a doorway to the west, right there, as you come out of the barracks. That big open area.
Yes, that leads outside.
Can I look out there and see if there's any guards standing out on patrol?
Yeah, there is 1 guard just kind of walking around that inner courtyard there.
Moving on.
Yep. He
I'm
appears
not
to
gonna
be
go out.
dressed in like very shiny chain.
Okay. I'm not gonna go outside, but
Okay.
I'm gonna move down to the door there where the bat looks like a bathroom.
That is actually a kitchen, and you can see a couple of servants cooking.
No go. All right. Moving on past the stairs.
Okay.
Check the room to the north and then the room to the south of the stairs.
Yep. The room to the north looks to be a combination storage and like records room. Like there are very obviously ledgers that are stored in like a bookcase, and then shelves full of what looks to be items like clothing, some weapons. It looks to be like a supply or quartermaster's hall for the barracks.
All right. Then across the hall from it, straight down.
Two long trestle tables. Each one has two long benches. From the looks of it, this is some type of like mess hall.
There's no guards in there.
Nope, not currently.
All right. I guess I'm gonna move down to the barracks at the end. Those rooms around that end.
Okay, so you just go all the way to the east.
Yeah.
Go into these barracks. There's fewer bunks in there. They're nicer looking bunks. There's currently no one present.
All right. And the rooms to the north of that barracks? Looks like, I don't know, another table and chairs.
Actually, I'm sorry. There were 3 people present in that room with the beds.
Oh, okay. They're
I'm
dressed better than the other guys that I've seen. So
Yeah, while the other guys were in like shiny chain shirts, these guys, their helmets are off, but they're in like this like almost mirror finish plate mail.
All right, these must be higher officer soldiers. Must be the officer quarters.
Yep,
The other
and I'm
ones are
guessing to the
over
north
in
is going to
quarters.
be like their
Their
lead
mess
security
hall,
officer.
Yeah, or
Yeah, you get your officers mess north of that, and then probably I would check that northmost room in that 10-foot wide hall.
I mean, it's less likely these are just regular officers. This is probably his Praetorian, his honor guard.
could beat that too.
It's traditionally it's most likely to be that, given how most medieval systems were structured. The soldiery most loyal to you is going to be stationed around your abodes and other primary modes of transportation as a way of ensuring security.
Yeah.
But yeah, then the last room you got to look in is that looks like 20 by 20 to the north of the lieutenant's barracks. See if there's anybody in there, and then probably check the officer mess too.
Yeah. I'm gonna check those two. Yeah.
Okay, so you go to the north. There you see a person wearing what looks to be like a really nice, well quilted arming garment, sitting at a desk writing on a parchment. Behind him on an armor stand is a set of very nice, again, near mirror finish plate mail. But this one is engraved and has like a lot of decorations worked onto it, kind of like as a silver mirror finish mirror of the golden one that you saw on the second floor.
All right.
Otherwise, you see, a desk. He's working. It looks like he's writing something down on some parchment. A small curtain behind which you can see a bed and a wardrobe.
All right. All right. So, and now I know above this floor, there's the only person up there was the king, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm gonna go out the. No, I can't go out on this side. Huh. I want to move around the battlements, but I don't know if.
If you go east, there's a door. You can get that 15 by, was it 40 room? Yeah, 15 by 40.
All right, yeah, I'm gonna move out so I can go around the edges.
Okay, yeah. So you go through that long room there, which appears to have various crossbows, pikes, and swords. It appears to be a general armory. And you head out onto the battlements. And every about 40 feet or so, you can just see, kind of just patrolling back and forth, a guard with a shiny, like near finish polished chain shirt with a crossbow. So on the kind of outer walls totals like 6 guys.
Okay.
And how many were in the kitchen?
The kitchen was just two unarmed servant-looking people.
Okay.
All right, so
All right, I think I got everybody. Let's give them a different color. Not obvious enough.
all right. All right, now that I've mapped out the entire layout of the place, the weaponry, the and the complement of guards, I'm gonna end this. Ooh, okay.
That's what you just scouted for head count.
All right. I guess I'm gonna end the spell then. I suppose, right?
Yeah, no sense trying to navigate back down.
Yeah, I'm gonna end the spell, and now that we have a head count of approximately how many guards and their movements, we can.
All right, assuming they were swing shift and hot bunking, including the higher ranking dudes, probably about a total of 24 to 30-ish. Maybe a little more. That'd be my guess. Probably closer to 40 if they're hot bunking. And at least 11 plate. Not exactly a straight up fight. Even with time stop.
Hold on. What?
Total head count for the palace is probably right around a little bit less than 40.
Okay.
What we actively seen was about 15 to 20.
Okay.
So I'm saying if all hell breaks loose and it turns into a brawl, it would be probably less in our favor.
You guys have played on Monday. I bet we can do it.
Well, I didn't say impossible, just less in our favor. And I didn't note the 2 in the basement, but I'm counting them in too.
2 in the basement?
Yeah, there's 2 guards in the basement, one mage, one armored chain.
Yeah. They're sitting there on guard duty, guarding the cells.
Let me delete this too.
What's
yeah,
in the
that-
cells?
Didn't go over and look. Didn't want to risk going past the mage with the arcane eye.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I mean, we already had one arcane eye popped. We don't need to have the one inside the castle get picked up on. That would be bad.
Yeah.
Also, there are rats, big rats, at the top of the ladder.
Okay.
Friedman has no issues with rats. He has no idea why rats would be very bad.
Why would any of us?
People in Playmail, it's easy. Big rats. Oh shit.
Exactly. I was making the
Rodents
joke.
of unusual size?
What about the ROUSs? I don't believe in them.
I mean,
Immediately
Ruffles,
gets mauled by a rat.
it's never metagaming to be concerned about ROS.
ROUSs?
ROUS. Yeah, I said that. I thought about, like, wait, rodents of unusual size. I think I'm missing a letter in there.
Yeah, so we have a full scout of the second floor now. Under has to do some tweaking on the map because it has DM notes on it, so he can't just post it.
Yeah, sorry about that. I thought I had
Oh,
a
no,
clean version, and it turns out I don't.
It makes it a little
Here.
easier with the exploring, but I have a rough
Secret door
sketch.
here.
Yeah, exactly.
Simulacrum here.
Considering that there was a dead-end hallway that was very much the adventure trope of, yes, there's a secret door right here, that's probably one of the main reasons he was able to give us the map. But other than that, yeah, it's a throne room with a couple of chambers around it. The Emperor is alone on that floor.
And do I remember hearing something about mirrors?
It's shiny armor.
The armor that all the guards in the palace are wearing has been polished to a near mirror finish. So they're like reflecting the light, glinting with their silvery plate and their silvery chain.
So, Lucina, I have a question, or Gilbert, I have a question. That time stop toy of yours does not require attunement, does it?
It does.
It does?
It does.
Okay. Because that might be useful.
Time stop. Run up in there. Disintegrate. Ends time stop.
Well, no, more so for the infiltration, because I think we're gonna have to go stealth in. Based on the number of guards, it actually might be possible to, because the 2 guys in the basement, as long as you can get a silence up, we should be able to deal with them. But we don't know what's in the cells, so that is a good point. So there could be somebody in the cells that might make a ruckus,
Let's see.
which would be a problem.
Okay. So those 2, if I time stop, I can attempt to eliminate the mage and the chainmail dude in one go. I have the resources available to burn my last high-level spell slot and
Oh, we're not
say
going right
twin
now.
spell disintegrate. Oh, I know.
We're gonna come back another day when everybody's fully charged.
Yeah.
This is scouting. So you wouldn't be burning your last high level spell slot. You would have all your spell slots back.
I am making some of these statements assuming I am not going to be at optimal options.
Yeah. So with Stein dropping Arcane Eye and the time, I think we should start making our way back out. Should we do that next session under, or could we tonight?
Get out? Yes, getting out's
Yeah.
easy.
Okay. Yeah, well, there was the slime moving around.
I already rolled for it while you guys were doing all this. It doesn't happen. So you're good.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right, we'll go back to the end then.
Yeah, that kind of stuff is usually just an encounter table, Ruffles.
Yeah, it was just I rolled for it. Effectively, I rolled once every 10 minutes of game time that passed.
Mm-hmm.
And the only time an encounter was even spawned was when you guys were catnapping. And because of how well hidden you guys were, it missed you.
Yeah, that makes sense. I've tried running a dungeon where I put things on a fucking timetable. Fuck that. No, never again.
It is possible, but yeah, it takes a bit of prep work, and it can be a pain to run if you don't have that prep work done to a T. All right, but yeah, you guys can get back to the quiet haunt.
Oh, I totally wrote that wrong in my. I put ye old haunt in my notes.
So,
And I think that is where we will call it for the evening.
alrighty.